Hey there, Matthew. Welcome to the live stream. Making noise somewhere. Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining me here tonight. Sorry, just kind of getting everything set up. I apologize at the camera angle. I'm probably going to have to change this somehow. Oh, and I hope you can't hear the echo. I just realized my headphones are listening. Well, not listening. They are giving a slightly delayed audio. So, let me see. Sorry, I apologize. I'm having to look at a delayed stream right now. So I'm trying to actually line everything up so that it works. I hate this angle. Alright. That might be as good as I can get it for right now. I might have to handhold this. There we go, that's a little bit better. So I got the chat on the screen behind me here, and I can read everything that's going on. And so the plan for tonight is just to kind of go through some of the new plans, maybe some of the travel plans coming up here over the next days. I probably will end up pulling down some of my cactus here and watering them at some point here. Oh yeah, the plants are growing significantly. Lots of things are putting off new leaves right now. Yeah, my begonias shot up like a foot from two different sections, and it's just growing leaves downward now for some reason. Yeah, so everything for the most part's doing pretty well. I'm hoping to get a few cactus that end up blooming for me here over the next few weeks. Some of them are summer bloomers, some of them are spring bloomers. It just depends on the species. So we'll see how it goes. But for the most part, yeah, everything's really healthy. I know that light is a little bit overbearing. I might have to turn it down here in a little bit. It should be fine just for one night. Yeah, it's like 1 hour before it turns off anyway. So once I start watering here in just a second, I'll kind of turn that down to its lower setting, and it should actually make some pretty decent lighting in here. So yeah. But to anybody out there that joined me the other night on the road, thank you very much for joining me on the first stream back here after quite a break. Had some really bad weather here. Just was not really cooperative, and then whenever I did have good weather, it wasn't really conducive to getting out and filming, so it ended up just really not happening there for a few months. And yeah, it was a real pain. So I'm happy to be back, and should be doing probably a few more travel streams this week, weather permitting. It looks like there might be some rain, but I'm going to be trying to get out there and do some streams from the road again. Hopefully maybe doing a little bit of an improvement on the vibration side of things. I believe supposedly if I counter tie the mount down to some other part of the vehicle, it will limit the vibration. I've seen people do that, and so I'm going to try that and see if it works. If not, I'm going to look into a anti-vibration mount that I can get that will sit in the middle of my suction cup and my phone mount, and hopefully mitigate the vibration that happens when I'm on those not so good roads, and on not so bad roads too, I've noticed. So hey there, Shauna, welcome to the live stream. Good to have you here tonight. So yeah, that's kind of the plan anyway. I'm sure obviously there are some expensive options that I could buy that would immediately eliminate the problem, but at this point I'm trying to not blow my entire budget on just the mount alone. Like I said, when I was on the road, I do want to get something where I can be way out in the middle of the country, whether that's upgrading to like Starlink, which now apparently works a little bit better mobile, but still has a huge dish, so that's probably not a very good option. Or I can try and get a mobile hotspot that works with antennas that I can upgrade, so that I can get very large antennas to sit on the vehicle, so I can go really, really far. And kind of also on different terrain as well. Kind of the more hilly you get, the worse the signal gets. When you dip down into the little valleys, you can get in these little dead spots, and by upgrading your receiving power, that kind of helps to fix that a little bit. So yeah, at any rate, at some point I am going to try and fix this angle. This is not fun looking to me anyway, but hey there, Amanda, welcome. Good to have you. So yeah, I'll wait here a little bit and I'll go over some of the new stuff that I have. Some of it I'm not sure if I've shown yet. Okay, I have got to turn the sound down. I can still hear my echo here. Alright, that is much better. Sorry. So yeah. Also, there will be a brand new episode coming out sometime tomorrow on the 539 channel. So yeah, I was trying to get that up on Sunday, and not really realizing that I had a lot of plans and that I was going to be gone, and so didn't get back until late and wasn't able to really spend a lot of time editing the new episode. So I'm going to release it tomorrow, and yeah, I'll keep you guys updated on the time over on, well, on this channel. I'll probably put the update for everybody that wants to know in my post section in the community section. So if you go to the channel and you're not seeing the update, go to the community tab, and you should see all kinds of posts. I've been doing a lot more recently, so if you haven't been receiving any notification about post, I don't know if you have to turn on special notifications for post or how that works exactly, but if you're looking to receive specialized notifications for 539 episodes, I will put that in the community post section here on this channel, so look out for that. Let's see. I don't think if there was any other updates. Might do a short trip some point here in the near future. Nothing big. I have points saved up, and I have like a free night waiting for like, well, for a hotel. So I might pick a place here that's not too far away and head out for a night and maybe do a live stream from the hotel room or something like that. maybe over the next few weeks. I'm not really sure exactly when that might happen, but yeah, and then of course do some filming while I'm gone to release on the 539 channel as well. I have a few smaller cities in mind that aren't too far away, but it's like it'd be easier if I could spend a night, and so I'm probably going to try and hit up one of those towns. Not really sure. I'm thinking either maybe Ohio or Michigan, possibly Illinois if I can find something, an area that's kind of a hot spot that's not incredibly far away, but that's a little bit of a drive for what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to work more on my numbers right now and getting interesting stuff that's really close by. That way, like I said, I have a backlog of content, and I don't run into a situation again where I end up having a dry patch. So we're going to try and make it for the rest of the year by doing just that without having any mistakes. I can't promise that's going to happen, but I'm going to try my very best to do that, along with bringing a lot of this new content to you, and including doing a lot more live streams here. So yeah, but the weather is starting to cooperate. It is currently snowing outside right now, though, so it's kind of bizarre. It's supposed to warm up again in a few days here to the mid 60s, 70s even. So should be out on the road hitting up a lot of locations here soon, and if possible, I'm going to try and bring you guys along every time, either on this channel or on my Twitch channel. So if I'm not live over here, I'll probably be live over on, let's see, it's twitch.tv/539 Productions, I believe. So yeah, if you haven't followed me over there, make sure you check that out. It's again just sort of a copy of YouTube. Well, not copy, but it's almost exactly like YouTube, but just more centric around the live stuff like this. So if you're worried that it's something that you might not be able to easily pick up on, it's really easy. So, and you don't have to have an account. You can watch for free. Of course, it's something that everybody's going to be able to join in on. It's not like it's subscription based only, or that you have to have an account to look at the channel. You should be able to look or watch the streams no matter whether they're on YouTube or whether they're on Twitch, and yeah, and free of charge. So yeah, and the inaugural Twitch stream, I know I've kind of pushed that back a little bit. That should be here over the next few days. Again, like I said, the last time that I kind of came back to the live streams, I kind of wanted to give it a few days to recover, because that's just how YouTube works. And jump into a huge project, like doing like a sub-marathon or doing a really long stream, it just isn't going to work as well if it's the very first thing I do when I come back. So just going to do a few of these simple streams here, take you along on some of the journeys, as well as some of the stuff and projects that I'm doing around here in the command center. And yeah. Oh yeah, there was something I was supposed to... Oh shoot, I'm not going to be able to look it up now. What was the question I was supposed to answer? Okay, I might have to look something up later. Alright. Apologies to one of my patrons. I was supposed to answer a question tonight. I'm going to have to log into the Discord. I couldn't think of the word. The Discord here in a second, and look at it real quick. Hey there, Barb. Welcome to the live stream. Thanks for joining us here tonight. So yeah. I just got my fertilizer mixed here, and I've got, what, about, I don't know, 20 something, maybe a little bit less cactus and succulents that need to be watered and taken care of here. I figured it'd be a good time to also share a few of them with you and show you what all I have, as well as some new additions to the gardens here. I don't think I have any new cactus or succulents, but I do have a new Tradescantia. I'm sure that you might recognize it when you see it. I have a couple other iterations of it, including a green one way down here, but you can't see that, it's out of frame right now. So, and then I have over here, let's see what I got there. See, we have a Monstera. That's not a new one. I actually have the Monstera, just not here in the command center. But I did take a cutting of it, and I've been rooting it here for a little bit now. Then I have an arrowhead plant. I can just go ahead and show you some of the new stuff. This is stuff I've been taking cuttings of. Okay, I'm going to have to wait for the delay. Okay, here we... And now I can see it. This is going to be an annoying... I feel like when I'm watching on my other computer, it doesn't have quite the delay, but then again, I'm usually watching it while I'm also broadcasting from the computer I'm currently watching from. So since I'm doing my phone, it might be a little bit more of a delay. So, and I apologize too if the focus is not as great as it should be. So yeah, those I'm about to plant, probably with the big Monstera up here, my Deliciosa or Swiss cheese. Gonna be doing that maybe tonight. I'm not really sure if we have time, and if it's interesting, I might aim the camera down that way and do that. But like I said, I don't really think a lot of people find the command center streams as interesting as I might find them. But we'll keep building them here and keep making them more and more interesting. Like I said, we'll be doing some of the podcasty type stuff here, hopefully pretty soon. And I might go over the... Sounds kind of weird, but like I said, I'm making sort of like a bullet points kind of script right now. And so before I start all of that, which I might start off doing more of the travel streams and do mainly that on Twitch, and then at a certain point, if it's starting to gain, if the channel's starting to get a little... I'm literally watching a live video and it sent me to... And it's in full screen mode. I'm going to get so pissed. Okay. Apologies. Anyway, let's I guess I can kind of get started. So, but yeah, like I said, I'll probably go through and do a read through of the script and not do like the whole, like every single story, every single topic on there or not elaborate on the topics, but actually just kind of go over a general overview of what I'm going to do, and then that way you guys have kind of an idea of what it's going to be like. And if you want to come and hang out on Twitch when I do the first inaugural podcast type content, you can hang out with me and do that. If it's something that you're not interested in, I understand, and you can stick to the travel type content or the command center hangout type content. Hey there, Cryptora. Welcome to the live stream. Good to have you again. Good to catch you on one of the command center streams. So, yeah. That is the idea. I got the script completed for, I believe, was it the travel one or I think it might have been the travel script. I'm not exactly positive. So some of the stuff I'll probably do is go over some of my stranger stories that I've encountered on the road and things like that. Just to sort of get things rolling, and then I can take, like I said, call-ins, stories from listeners, stories from you guys, anybody that wants to call in and talk, and also fellow creators as well. I am doing well. I hope that you were doing well too. Yeah. Hopefully getting some work done tonight on the for the 539 channel here. So we'll see. But yeah, trying to keep this stream somewhat interesting, being that I've taken a pretty much 2-month break from 539, and I usually talk about 539 related topics from here, hence the giant 539. And yeah, so I apologize if this stream's a little bit awkward. I'm just trying to fill some space here. Did I show? Oh yeah, my other plant that I just got. But oh yeah, but again, anybody that didn't catch the last stream, make sure and head over to Tony, Cryptor's channel, and check his channel out. Some good content over there. But this is my trade Scantia Nanok. It is not as... There's the delay. There we go. Is it in focus even? So it's not as pink as it looks, but it is pretty pink. Similar to the pink princess that I have behind, but not nearly as rare. So pretty cool though. It is a little bit more rare. A lot of people buy the Zebrina, also known as Wandering Jew plant. Again, that is a Bible story and not supposed to be derogatory in any way. So I like to remind people because it does sound a little bit on the edge. So it is based on a biblical legend, so it is not meant to be offensive. It was told by a Jewish person about a Jewish person, so just clear that up. That name, that's where that name came from. So when you hear that referenced, it's not meant in any way to mean anything other than that. And it's meant to reference the fact that it is a pretty fast-growing plant and likes to spread out, and I believe it can climb pretty readily too, so it's a wandering plant. So finishing up the lunch break, awesome. Well, hopefully you had a good lunch break, man, and good rest of your shift. I've done the retail food scene myself, so I know what you're going through. I've done the third shift as well, and yeah, that's some fun. I don't know if you're third or if you're second. I guess you'd be second shift, right? Or would that be? Yeah, some of these schedules are weird when you get into retail, so it's kind of in between stuff. But yeah, I started off when I was 15 as a bagger, and then I became a cashier, and then I did customer service, and I did accounting. Yeah. And then I was fired because of a road trip. But it was not my fault. 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. Okay. Yeah, I've done similar shifts like that. I think I usually did. When did we switch? It was like 4 to like 11:30, or like it was some weird time. But I remember occasionally having to, like, when I was customer service, occasionally I'd have to drive and pick up the third shift person. So it was like really, it was cool, but it was like irritating sometimes. For other reasons, not because I'm irritated at helping people. But it's a longer story. But yeah. But yeah, I'll have to get into some of my retail stories at some point. I've got some awesome retail stories, especially when I moved on to retail electronics. Those are some fun stories. I think I've told a few of those on stream before. Yeah, I'll have to tell some of that again too. That's some fun stuff. I don't know where that would really fit in. I'll probably have to do that over here. It definitely wouldn't fit into any of the podcast that I can think of. So, but yeah. But also, just a announcement, I guess. I was trying to think of a more elaborate way to put it, but oh yeah, like it doesn't get better than like grocery stories. I really loved working in the food business. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, you encounter some interesting characters, especially when it gets later. Uh, Not to like, I'm a late night weird person, so like, um, but yeah, like, or like the attempted thefts are great. Like, definitely had an awesome one where a guy tried to walk out the back door with like $900 worth of steaks. Like, like that was fun. Like, oh yeah, I would love to. Sometime, yeah, well, I'll do a whole stream where I talk not just retail. Maybe we can have Tony chime in and tell a few stories as well. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely had that one. For sure. Yeah. I just want the free one. That's not how it works. What do you mean it says one free? Um or just how like angry people get like, "Oh, what do you mean the coupon's expired by like 3 months?" Like it doesn't matter. Like that's not quite as good of one, but like yeah, like you get some just crazy customers. Like and then some crazy returns too. Like, I've definitely had people bring in rocks that looked like potatoes that they found in their like bag of potatoes, and it was like a perfectly potato-shaped stone that had somehow made its way in there. Um, yeah. Hey there, Teresa. Ah, Teresa is a Cryptdoor fan as well. Awesome. Yeah, we're happy to have Tony here tonight, hanging out for a little bit while he's on his lunch break. He has come to hang out with us while he maybe eats a little bit. Hopefully, he's getting his break in as well. Oh, yeah. Everybody has something to complain about. Like, we've gotten announcements are too loud. Like, you want me to try and turn the volume of the entire store down? And then, well, lottery was always the worst. I always hated lottery and I hated Western Union because every time somebody, like when they were closed, especially, because everybody would whine about it, but it's not anything that I can do because I don't determine the hours that lottery works and I don't determine the hours that Western Union works. So I can't physically turn the machine on when it's the government or the respective company that controls when the machine works. Like I can't imagine how many people yelled at me. You will cash my lottery ticket now. I can't cash your lottery ticket. The lottery is closed for the Niner. Like I want so many Powerballs. I can't sell you Powerballs. Well, turn the machine back on. It's illegal. I can't do that. That would be a crime. Like, well, I don't know if it's a crime, but like it won't work. Doing well, Teresa. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, the plants are doing healthy. I've added a few more. Added a few new hangers. So, yeah. Oh yeah, no, yeah. Don't get me started on lottery because the problem with the problem with those people are this is because they come in with a stack, but they're never just gonna leave either. They're gonna turn in their stack and they're gonna walk away. They're just gonna be, oh, here's your $500 that you won. Sweet. Here's 200. I want 5 number 1s. I want 2 number 3s. I want this many numbers of 4s, and they will stand there for the next half an hour, losing all the money that they just wasted and then systematically turning every one of the winners back in while there'll be a line next to you and then there'll be the lottery person here and they'll be waiting. Oh no, just go ahead. I'm just waiting. It's okay, now there's no more line. Okay, I want to turn this one in. I want to turn this one in. I want to turn this one in. And then I want 3 number 3s. I want a number of 10. Like, they can go forever. I've done lottery people for like hours. They'll just hang out. It's like you know everything about them by the time they leave the store because they've lost all their money spending all of their winnings buying new lottery tickets. Like, I literally watched a guy lose at least 60% of his like $500 winnings. He won $500 off of like one, and then he had like $20 in other random cards, and by the time he walked out, he had like $180 or something like that. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, and then like the Powerballs are always fun too because they'll come through and they have like their specific numbers, and then they never know how to fill it out. And the machine always kicks it out, and I don't even know if they allow people to physically fill out the little like Scantron looking little ones. I don't ever play, so I'm not really sure how it works anymore. But I remember those things always got rejected by the machine, and it was like you had to ask him like 3 times to, can you fill this out better? Like I'm not gonna fill out that many numbers for you. So yeah, oh yeah, but it was so much fun. Like it was almost like an adventure though in a way, especially once I got to customer service because it was like you were dealing with everything from having to drain the store of money every night to the bathrooms. Like those are horrible. Like I can only imagine some of the bathroom stories you have. Um, yeah, under the aisles, like no one cleans anything up. Not employees. I'm not saying customers specifically. I'm complaining about, but no one cleans anything up, and no one tells you that they dropped anything. If they drop something glass, the go to at least here is push it underneath the aisle with 1 foot, and then slowly like back away or whatever. I can't. Every time we would have it's like once a month we would clean, which is probably not enough looking back, especially with the big company that I worked for. It was like once a month we'd look underneath the aisles, and it was just like this holy crap moment. Oh yeah, because the thing that yeah, and with grocery stores, and I apologize to everybody that loves this phrase, but the customer is never right. Like almost never. 90% of the time. Like okay, like here's a great one from the electronics, and this guy was irate. This guy brought a $700 digital camera right when digital cameras were first starting to get good, and he brings it back in the store just angry. I need to exchange this camera. It doesn't work anymore. We're like, sir, we just sold this to you literally 15 minutes ago. What's the problem? And he hands us the package, and the package is burnt to crap. And he said, well, I didn't have a scissors and I didn't have a knife, so the only way I could figure out how to open the package was to light it on fire with my lighter. And now the camera won't turn on. You need to rectify this situation immediately. I want a new camera. Which we told him, absolutely not. This will never happen. We are not giving you another nearly $1,000 piece of equipment when you lit the last one on fire in our parking lot. He just literally went to his car and lit the plastic packaging on the inside on fire to melt it away from the $700 digital camera that he had bought 5 minutes earlier, and then wanted a exchange saying, well, what do you mean? It's well within the 30-day return policy. Like, you realize that's not how it works, right? Like, we don't just exchange it because you destroyed it. Like, so yeah, oh yeah. And then I've witnessed a printer get hurled head first over a counter. That was fun. Well, if you're not going to give me my money back, then you can just keep it. So that was a great one. Oh my. I've gotten threatened because of a long line. I got threatened once because I wasn't in customer service at electronics, but I worked right next to electronics customer service because I was in the computer repair department. And so I had this biker dude once tell me that I was going to help him. He's like, you need to help me find this or whatever. You need to help me exchange this product or whatever. And I said, well, I'm not customer service. I can't do that. He just leaned in and he goes, I'm not the guy you want to F with. And I was just like, well, first of all, I can't do anything, so I'm not the guy that you want to F with. So I don't know what you want me to do. Like, it literally was just like insinuating that he was going to like, yeah. Yeah, on fire. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm always like so careful with anything brand new. Oh, well, I mean, I'll take that as a small victory, Teresa. I must be improving my humor. Well, hopefully we don't disturb him for too long. But yeah, so threatened by bikers, flying printers. I've got all kinds of them. I could probably go for a few hours. Yeah, Home Depot returns them. Yeah, I would tell them to go try. Because, I mean, shoot, if that's the case, I'm just going to start bringing empty things of dirt and telling them it used to be a plant. Which one, whichever the most expensive one you have currently is the one that this pile of dirt used to be. Yeah, good talking with you too, Tony. Thanks for joining us tonight. Again, make sure everybody go check out Crypto channel. I know that if you love 539, you'll definitely love what you see over there. So, have a good one, man. So yeah, we should probably get to some watering here. Probably for my plant's sake, if nothing else. I do need to actually water at least a few things. Oh yeah, I don't know if I showed you my other. I have another trade scountia that I got besides the Nanoc here. I actually bought a full-sized plant. I don't know if I showed the oyster or not. This is a little bit bigger variety, at least currently. A little bit lower growing, but it has a lot of pinks and purplish tones in it too, but it's a little bit more green of a variety, so it's sort of like a midway. I wouldn't really call it a midway, but it's a really cool plant too. I like it. I need to fully plant it in this planter. This is actually a planter that I got separately, so it's actually in a little nursery pot in there, so I need to pull it out here soon. What else do I have? I know I have another new one. I showed the Hoya rope, And I've shown the other Transcantia, or Tradescantia. Yeah, I think I showed my Snow White. I don't know if I showed you guys the Pink Panther plant though. Hey, Big Steve, good to have you, man. Good to see you. Welcome to the live stream. Y'all know Big Steve. Me and Big Steve did some collaborations out in Cali, out in the Bay, and that was a lot of fun. Make sure you check him out. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm looking around for my... Oh, there, okay, never mind. I just put my footstool back. I need to get up and literally grab plants from up here. So let me grab that real quick. But yeah, again, thanks for joining us tonight, Steve. Always good to see you. Let me not yank my phone off like I usually do. Absolutely, much love, Steve. All right, hold on just a second. I don't know. Can anybody tell? I'm gonna stand below my deliciosa just to show how tall it is. Like, and that one's literally growing from foot level. Yeah, absolutely, Steve. Yeah, I'm hoping to get out there sometime. Sorry, I'm like leaning. I know it's a terrible angle. I'm gonna do the regular angle here in just a second. But yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna hopefully be out there sometime this year. Trying my best to make that happen. All right, if I fall, at least clip it and make it go viral or something. If I take out all of my plants, at least something good will happen. I'm not actually gonna fall. So, this is the Pink Panther plant. It is bright pink. You can kind of tell, even though the sliding is kind of terrible. It is one that needs watered. That is why I'm grabbing it, not just to show y'all. I'm going to probably start lining up some of the stuff that needs watered that's chained onto here, and then I have an actual wire shelf that I added that I've shown on a few older streams here. I probably could actually hang this from I wonder if this would hang from my mic without falling. Maybe my luck it'd fall. Alright, let's hang this guy. Oh yeah, the Monstera is huge. I've also taken several different cuttings off of it. It's been made into 2 new plants too from cuttings, so it's really healthy. And we have the rickrack that is not new, as some of you probably know. It is doing really well, and it's doing something right here. I can't tell if that's going to be a flower or if, like, somewhere, where is it? Oh, like right here, it kind of just regrew the paddle. So I think it might just be regrowing and lengthening the paddle. Oh, what screensaver? Alright. Oh yeah, that one's bone dry. And this is my pencil plant. It is a euphorbia. It's called often a fire stick or pencil cactus. It's not actually a cactus. Euphorbias are succulents, but not cactus. As you can see, it has no spines or anything of the sort. It just has some cool leafage and whatnot on it. Foliage, I guess. Correctly stated. But I might actually end up having to water a few of these before I take the rest down. Hold on, I'm going to have to move something. And another euphorbia here. This is the euphorbia cactus bones. Variegata. You can kind of tell a variegated cactus. It has some very light greens mixed in with the dark greens. Let's see if I can. I know that the lighting's not the best. Actually, I could probably. I really hate that delay so much. Yeah. That is related to the pencil cactus there. And then I have another euphorbia. That's like my euphorbia shelf up there. Although I have one that isn't a euphorbia. And this is Euphorbia. Let's see, Rubia. Actually, I still have the. Oh no, it doesn't have the variety. It's Rubia. Euphorbia Rubia, I believe. I think I might be slightly wrong in the name. It's doing pretty good. It's kind of more of a greenish burgundy color. Let's see, I'm dropping that. Hold on. You can kind of see at the top here it has like greenish leaves, and then as the leaves get more mature they turn into a burgundy. Hopefully I'm not too quiet, sorry guys. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get these watered, and then I'll... Okay. I knew I had placed my stuff somewhere. Okay, I'm gonna have to get rid of some water though, so I'm gonna have to find a few plants that need something. I might have to end up just watering... might water the lipstick, I don't really know. I have some stuff that's not fertilized, and so I really want to fertilize my Monstera and philodendron down here. Well, you see this part. And I really wanted to fertilize the rest of the cactus up here. Oh, I should turn that, hold on, I'm going to turn down the lights real quick so you guys can actually see a little bit better. There we go. We'll rock our Ukrainian colors tonight. Seems fitting. Much love to my Ukrainian brothers and sisters out there. Looking forward to the victory celebration. Remember, of course, if you haven't donated and you can, make sure to donate to the cause any way you can. Alright, let's see, we can get rid of some water there, a little water there, we'll give the begonia. You got my polka dotted begonia. You can, no, I guess you can't see that one. Probably could actually. Oh, is that really it? No, surely not. No, you can't see through anything. Okay, never mind. All right, hold on. Sorry if that's really irritating when I do that. Those earbuds are like banging together when I pull them up, but I can't really tell if that translates over to all of you. Let me see if I can hook this somewhere else where I can actually show you what I'm doing instead of just describing. And then I hope that's not real. It literally says, well, obviously it's not completely, but on my side it says I started streaming 1 minute ago. It just was scary looking. All right, let's see if and again, I just do not understand how I can watch a stream on full screen mode and it sends me to my screensaver. That is so incredibly irritating. Yes, I am filling my water bucket with water. Anyway. Am I going? Hold on. I gotta refresh my stream real quick. Sorry. My bad. Alright, that's better. Okay. So, I'm just gonna wait in the delay, make sure everything's okay. Yeah, I apologize to anybody if this is not interesting. That is not gonna work. Alright. All right. All right, so I'm gonna put my headphones back on. I guess so it's not boring. Maybe I'll just continue to tell like retail stories or something. Or if anybody has any questions or subjects y'all wanna talk about, let me know and I can ramble on about that while I do this in case it's incredibly boring to any of you to be doing this. So let me know. I don't want to be boring, and I have definitely some stories I could get into here. Here, I know what I'll do though. I'm gonna get another drip tray out. That way this doesn't take super long because drip tray is not working because it's got it's kind of domed in the bottom. That's the one that just didn't work too. I need to flatten that one out. How do I manage managed to get so many of these that I can't use right now. This is irritating. Hey there, John. Welcome to the live stream. Good to have you, man. Thank you, John. Yeah, I just had horrible luck with weather and scheduling and locations, all kinds of stuff. So yeah, it just was kind of a unfortunate set of events that snowballed, and yeah. But no, I should be back tomorrow. I'm going to be editing an episode, finishing editing an episode tonight and probably tomorrow morning, and then uploading. So we'll be back. And just slight complications in Indiana that is no longer even slightly trustworthy in weather. It used to be slightly better than this. All right, hold on. There we go. So yeah, frustrated with everything weather-wise, and it's been muddy and flooding and snowing one minute and 75 degrees the next minute. So yeah, it's been crazy. So yeah, retail stories are great. Awesome. Yeah, I have some good ones. Yeah, I can continue telling a few while I do the plants here. I'm gonna have to wait for these plants to kind of soak up their water here anyway, before I can put these back and then get a new round going here. Yeah, I had to check out and do stuff in the background, and of course, as always, I didn't really want to come back to the live streams only. That's just me though. So yeah, that's the only way I can describe that. It just wasn't really fun times to begin with 539 related, of course. So it was just kind of frustrating, and so to be able to come on here and live stream was just not in the cards for me at that time, as much as I wanted to. Thanks for joining us, Teresa. Appreciate you. No worries. You have a good night's sleep and a great day tomorrow. Well, I guess great day today. For my anyway, here in the Midwest. I just turned to midnight here, so yeah, thanks for joining us. And thanks to everybody that's here. If you're enjoying the stream, make sure to give it a thumbs up. Again, if you have the ability to share and want to share the post to your channel or whatever you can do, or social media, Instagram, Twitter, whatever you use, that would be great. But otherwise, respect. Appreciate you all being here and hanging out with me here tonight. Doing a few plant chores, and then we'll be heading out on the road tomorrow. assuming that it doesn't like pour down rain. So, which I'm assuming now that I've said that is going to be exactly what happens. So, thank you, Teresa. I appreciate that so much. But yeah, let's see. I'm trying to think of a good. I think I've told the story of getting fired before. But I guess I could tell that again since it's somewhat travel related. And also shows you how some people will find any way possible to fire you, including stretching the rules. So when I was, again, working in... I'm not sure, at Full Theater? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what that means, maybe. Hold on here, too. I gotta... pop out chat and zoom in. How do I do this? Oh, don't do this to me. Sorry, guys. Hold on just a second. Trying to make this easier. You mean you can't? Okay, I knew it was lying. It acted like the zoom in was grayed out, like it couldn't do it. And then... yeah, and then it did it. So I guess it's good to go now. Yeah, I'll go ahead and tell that. They're plants? That's a... I'm not sure. I'm not sure I know what that is. Oh, are you saying it's getting full? Is that... Or are we talking about is it... I'm not sure what THRTR is. If that is that a plant, or is it? Are we saying I'm getting a full theater, like a full plant? But yeah, if that's what you're talking about, yeah, I've got like 70. Hold on, let me put this somewhere else. It. So yeah, I was working at. Well, hold on, let me make sure I'm good here. We're kind of good. It's getting dark. How do I fix that real quick? I need to get that. I have an LED strip that I want to set up so that it sits right at the level of the camera and makes it so that I'm lit well. So I don't have to do this nonsense every time. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, I was working retail food at a grocery store. You've probably all heard of the grocery store. So yeah, I decided at some point that my friend and I, who also worked at the grocery store, were going to... Oh, no worries, John. Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, we decided that we were going to go and visit my friends that lived down in Kentucky. And so we both requested a week off. I was working in customer service and accounting. He was a cashier at the time. And so we both requested a week off starting on Friday and then going to the corresponding Friday, and that's important to the story. So when we get down to Kentucky, we are having fun, hanging out with my friends, going places, eating out, hanging out, doing whatever, and we're having a good time, and we decide that, well, actually, no, okay, yeah, I misremembered the part of the story. But anyway, so for some reason my phone has been off at a certain point, and I turn my phone back on, and I have all these messages, and it's the corresponding Monday, or either Monday or Tuesday, and so and it's from the store, and they're wondering where I am. Basically, they're leaving me these messages. Hey, you were supposed to be here. We're not sure where you're at. You're scheduled to be working. You need to call us and let us know. And so I gave them a call, and I said, I'm obviously not supposed to be working. I requested the week off to go down to Kentucky. You all know that I did this, and I'm not sure exactly what's going on right now. So if anybody can pass me through to a manager so we can figure this out, this is exactly what I requested. And so they patch me through to the manager, and they say, well, you only got approved for the very first 3 days. So they didn't tell me, but here's the problem now. They didn't tell me that I was only approved for the first 3 days, but the issue is that I requested Friday through Friday, and we left Thursday. And so the new schedule for the following week, so the schedules go Sunday to Sunday, right? And the new schedule for the next week comes out Friday morning. So what I had done is requested Friday through Friday. And the store manager, who for whatever reason I don't really know, we had just gotten a new store manager that had come in from another location, and despite the fact that the previous store manager and the previous store manager before that had absolutely loved me, he took it upon himself to actually just hate me for everything that I was. And I think that's because I knew more than him, and he knew that, because he was always calling me, despite the fact that I was in charge of customer service and he was in charge of the entire store. He would call me and ask me weird questions, like a charity called him the one day, and he called me in a panic and was like, hey, how much money do we usually give to these charities? And I was like, I have no idea. That's not part of what I do. I have no idea how much money you should give this charity. And he really did not like the fact that I, as the leader of customer service who had nothing to do with donating to charities, did not know how much money the store normally gave to this one specific charity that I had never worked with personally in the past, especially in relation to the store. Back to the story. So, what had happened is this guy didn't like me. So, knowing that I was leaving prior to the new schedule comes out, he gave me what would have looked like the time that I requested off. So I had Friday, Saturday, and Sunday listed on that schedule as being requested off. And Monday, which would have been the first day that appeared on the new schedule, through the following Sunday, I was scheduled to work. But they didn't bother to tell me that, knowing that I would be out of town before that I would find out. So he essentially set me up to be fired. And then, so I was like, he's like, basically you have until tomorrow to show up. Or he said until Wednesday. I think it must have been Monday, because he's like, you have until Wednesday to show up or you're fired. And I was like, you really can't do that, but okay, I'll cut my trip short and I'll come home. And so I literally hop in the car with my friend, and we both start rushing home, and I get like an hour down the road, and I see steam coming out of my car, and so I have to pull over on I pull off the nearest exit, which was London, Kentucky. You can look that up if you want to. And I pulled off on the road. And oh, no worries, John. Sorry, I just noticed that. So I pulled off on the side of the road, and I was overheating, and it turned out that something I went wrong. I think it was in the transmission, and I can't remember exactly what, because that car had so many problems. So I literally broke down trying to save my own job, despite the fact that the manager had literally set me up. And that's the only reason they would have done that, because they could have warned me ahead of time. When that schedule came out the previous Friday and I knew that I had those first 3 days off, they could have easily said, but hey, we didn't give you the next 4 day or the next 5 days off after that. We only gave you the first three. They never bothered. And it literally started, it was on the day that the new schedule came out that I was scheduled to work. So they had obviously done it for that specific reason. There's no other reason that they would have only given me those 3 days and then not bothered to tell me. So they literally set me up on purpose. But luckily I worked for a union, and it was against policy to do anything like that, and they had to go through specific channels to actually fire me and show that I'd actually done something. So I just took them to court, and they paid for my unemployment for like a full year and a half or something like that while I went to school. So they ended up losing quite a bit of money over doing that. But and I got some pretty interesting reactions from a judge who could not figure out why in the world a company would do such a thing, especially to an employee in good standing. Because I was in really good standing. Like I was one of the quickest. I was about probably 19 at that time. I was already in charge of hundreds of thousands of dollars a day in money. I was in charge of the safe drops. I was in charge of taking all the money from all the tills in the entire store at the end of the shifts and counting it down and putting it into the safe. And I had trained all the people below me in customer service who continued to work there for years and years afterward. And in fact, the final person that I trained personally finally quit about a couple years ago. I think about 3 or 4 years ago they quit. They worked, because of my training, they worked as my replacement after they fired me for scheming against me. Not the person that I trained. That was the store manager. But the person I trained continued to work for almost a decade after that as the lead role in customer service. And so, that goes to show you, not only how well respected I was in that business and how quickly I was moving up. I would have been store manager in probably less than 2 to 3 years, or at least in management, and possibly not ever been that store's manager. I probably would have been moved, but yeah. So I got screwed out of a possibly, I think back then it was about $150,000 a year job. It was it was good money to move up just to the first management position. I was already what you would sort of consider middle management. It wasn't technically a middleman. It was a a supervisor role. So I was lead of customer service and also underling of accounting. So, oh yeah, absolutely. The other managers loved me. We had a store manager named Mary, and she was there for 3 years. And there was just kind of a rotation that went on so that no one manager worked in any store for too long. And so after she left, things just fell apart. Under her, I would have been in the first primary management position within a year. Everybody knew what I was trying to do. Everybody knew that my goal was management. And then, yeah, they screwed me. So I made them pay me to, for part of my computer. I had already been going to school during that time, but I ended up going and getting all of my professional certifications down in Indianapolis. And so I basically used that money in part to go do that. And so I was able to get things like my Microsoft certification and my CompTIA certifications that I have now. Hey there, Faye. Good to see you. Welcome to the live stream. Okay, I think we got at least one cactus now. Well, not cactus. One euphorbia that I can put away, the pencil here. It has about tripled in weight and absorbed a lot of that nice fertilized water there. So that should be good to go, and it has exploded. All of this... oh yeah, sorry. For a minute I forgot that the camera wasn't pointing that. But anyway, all of this right here, this part here was this high about 2 weeks ago. So with all of this, about the size of my hand, is all new. So it's loving life. So I'll go ahead and put that back up on the shelf. No, I quit IT work a while ago. I worked for IT for about, what was it, 15 years off and on, essentially. And yeah, this area is a terrible area for IT work. It's all controlled almost entirely by temp agencies. They show zero respect for you. There's almost no way to move up. I've had some amazing stories in the IT world too, from my experience in data centers to my experience traveling, doing traveling IT work. I did work for Dell for a while, in which I traveled around to different places. And so yeah, I have incredible stories from there too, both good and bad. So yeah. Yeah, I'm just moving stuff around right now so that I can get the plants watered. It's not my normal camera placement. I don't know why this guy's kind of limp. But I think it might just because it needed watered. Alright, I'm going to put this one back, and I'm going to grab another... No, I don't need to grab another one. I just need to put this one back real quick. Hold on just a moment. Sorry. Alright. Shoot, Mountain Dew's gonna owe me money after this one. Oh, like $20 worth. This one feels sketch. I'm gonna have to hold this one. I really probably need to take some starts off of it. It has 3 little babies coming off at the top of this section here, and I think they're kind of hindering the upward growth of this one, because it really should be growing upward and outward, but it might continue and these might face outward eventually here. That's what I'm kind of hoping. So alright, good. Now that the water is there, it's kind of balancing a little bit better. And since I'm going to go ahead and water all the cactus below, it won't matter too much if they drip just a little bit. But I don't want to get too much, sorry, excuse me. Maybe Mountain Dew was not the best idea. That, I don't want to get too much fertilizer on any leaves or anything like that. Oh, there's another one that one needs water too. So is this. I think I've showed you this. That's my drunkard's dream. Yeah, that one should be coming out tomorrow. Going back to the cemetery there. And then we'll be going on to a new location next Saturday. It's a pretty interesting one. About an hour or so away from where I live. So, and one that we've never been to before. But I'll also be going and checking in on a few other locations that I've been to before. So we'll be doing a few returns and a few brand new episodes. I also might be going back to the Eel River location. Oh yeah, I've got to make sure that I forgot completely. I need to at some point switch over from my microphone to my battery again. I haven't been paying attention at all. Especially since as soon as the low battery notification pops up, it will pause the stream temporarily. So if for some reason the stream pauses and I don't recognize it, I would appreciate if someone maybe lets me know that I'm not streaming anymore, because it should be just because the phone is notifying me and is turned around. I wanted to use the good camera tonight, despite the fact that my angle sucks. Yeah, well, it wasn't too bad there. It's so high up that it kind of drains pretty quickly. So, thank you, Faye. Yeah, I put the. If I can, I'll stand out of the way here for a second. I put it on my my blue and yellow for our Ukrainian colors tonight. I figured it was the least I could do. Not that that's all I've been doing. But again, to anybody that is able to donate to help the cause and the cost, would encourage you to do so. Definitely want to stand up for our European, Ukrainian brothers and sisters that are standing up for freedom in Europe. So, and the world. So I have much appreciation for them. I just watched a awesome live stream today from, what is it, Operator Starsky. He literally is a Ukrainian, member of the Ukrainian armed forces, and he does live streams from Ukraine. So he did an awesome video the other day taking apart a Russian drone and proving that it was not worth the 120,000 USD that the Russians claimed it was, and nor was it made with Russian parts. It was made with a cheap Canon, I believe 80D. Not a cheap. I shouldn't say that. I wouldn't mind having a Canon 80D. They're not a bad camera, but it's like $1,000 camera, like a $1,000 Japanese engine, and then like probably a couple $100 in American electronics, and then probably like some scrap metal formed into a plane. I live in a rural. I can't say that word tonight. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not in the city. But yeah, really, really cool guy. Awesome to watch. I was watching his stream earlier today. In amazingly great spirits despite what's going on. And despite being a YouTuber long before all this was happening, it's interesting to go back and just go back on his channel a couple of years and see some of the really incredibly normal videos that he had, and how just sad. And I mean, obviously his stuff is really amazing, but it's just a sad situation that he would have to go from such a normal life to something so bizarre and catastrophic. And yeah, but so yeah, again, if you can do anything to help over there, I can't say obviously it too many times. The algorithm is not really friendly because of a lot of the trolls that have been going around, and they have been. I was specifically targeted on Instagram by a Russian troll account that was trying to be a fake donations account. Actually, it was acting. It sent me a message about how I could help and I could donate money if I just went to this link, and when I looked into it, this person was actually a member of the Russian military, and so they were clearly not trying to help and actually trying to steal donations. So be on the lookout. Make sure you're donating through official channels. Some of these, not all of them, but there are a few charities lurking around on social media that are actually stealing the money and funneling it to Russia. So make sure you're vetting your charities if you're donating. So, oh, very cool, John. So you probably have a unique insight into some of these videos and photos that you're seeing from the area. So I know I saw an interview recently. I'm not sure if they specifically were in munitions or whatever. Thank you, Faye. Appreciate it. Yeah, make sure you click on that. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to, support if you can. So, but yeah, they were showing some of the fake stuff that had been put up for the false flag operations, and how it didn't really stand up to what they were claiming was happening. And in some cases, we're not even originating in Ukraine, but we're actually like beat up old Russian vehicles that were being brought in just to make it look like they were doing a better job. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, John, I agree. They're heinous war crimes that are not good. I mean, yeah, it is what it is. I mean, we can all see what's going on, and it's terrible. So, hey there, custom screen printing. Good to see you, man. It's been a while. Yeah, good to have you here. I'm doing all right. I hope you're doing well too. So yeah, definitely proud and happy to rock the Ukrainian colors and do what I can to support and donate when I can and share when I can, and so I just do as much as possible for me to do. Yeah, it's sad. I look forward to this being over and hopefully soon, and that they can rebuild and hopefully get, the justice that is deserved, that is owed to them. So, thank you so much. Yeah, I've been working on it a lot. I've been upgrading some over the past few weeks while I've been gone. Obviously, like I said, it is a little bit bad angle tonight. I apologize. I should probably, if I back up too much, it's gonna start yanking my cable out here. Oh, never mind. I just realized I'm still watching my. I'm not paying attention to the fact that I have my stream going on over here. I should know immediately if my stream pauses. So, or nearly immediately, within about 5 seconds. So, yeah. Oh man, that one soaked up the water real fast. Oh, that is heavy. Yeah, that one's good to go. We got 3 succulents watered. We got the cactus bones euphorbia. We got our euphorbia. I always mess up. I want to say rubia, but not Rubio. I think that is the last name, and not a euphorbia. So I need to get my other succulent down from the shelf up here. I say that, and I have actually several other shelves. We have our shelf here, which has 1, 2, 3, 3 cactus. Yeah, I guess I thought it was more. And then we had the one behind it that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cactus slash succulents. And then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 over here with 7, but I can't water. I'm not going to water the one. It does not need watered for another like 3 months. Yeah, I agree, John. That is a definite possibility. I really hope that's not the case. I really do hope that something comes along, um, you know. And I think it's a really sad situation for the Russian people, too. Because, a lot of them, growing every day, don't support this, and I wouldn't feel really sorry for them having to lead such a terrible life of being isolated from the rest of the world, and potentially family and friends, because of the actions of a terrible leader. And I hope that they can do something about that and have a new leader that's a better one that can get along. I need to build an addition. Oh yeah, I needed to build on long ago. I need like a skylight or something. Skylight, probably a bigger window at some point. I might be changing out the heater in here at some point anyway, so to like a heat pump, and so I might at some point pay to have a bigger window put in. I think that'd be healthy for things. I gotta remember not to back up too far. I got my stepping stool right behind me. That'd be pretty embarrassing to take a spill. All right, let me get my other succulent here. Sorry, I'm getting paranoid recently because a few plants I've accidentally let get droopy a little bit. So I keep looking around and thinking that I see something that's drooping. But yeah, I definitely need more room. I've moved some stuff in. Actually, I have plants on. A lot of my plants are with my parents, actually. I have a bunch of philodendrons that aren't here. I have a bunch of succulents that aren't here. What else do I have? Oh yeah, my orchids. My orchids aren't here because they don't like it. They don't grow well in here. And I didn't want to kill them anymore, so I moved them, and now they're, well, the one bloomed and then died back. I need to feed them and the other one is about to bloom. Thank you, man. Really appreciate you being here. Thanks so much. Same to you, and yeah, you have a great night. Yeah, always appreciate you being here. All right, let me grab that other succulent here. We'll get that one done, and then we'll start working on this other row. There we go. That seems a little safer. All right. So this yeah, it's a very sad situation. It's similar to like the Korean and Vietnam from back in the day. And stuff like that happens still to this day. Um, so this is either bushing jade, I believe, or trailing jade. I'm not sure which. And obviously, I kept my little, came with a little flag here that just says, well, wooden little, whatever you call it, but it says succulent. So trying to figure out what it's trying to say. 1 inch in pot every 3 weeks. If it's trying to say I should give it an inch of water, I'm not sure how an inch of water is a measurement, but whatever. We'll give it my version of an inch of water, which is to soak it completely, which is what you're supposed to do. Alright, that should be good. And this one is another nursery pot sitting within a pot, so it will not drain, and I'll just have to check on it to make sure it's not too overly flooded here in a little bit. Yeah, I love the jade. I have another one. Ironically, this one does fine here for some reason, but I have the elephant bush, which is a form of jade, I believe, if I remember correctly, and it just hates this window, which is a west-facing window, which is what succulents and cactus are supposed to really, really, truly love, and it hates it with a passion, and it loves to be grown in, if it could only be under a grow light, it would just grow like wonderfully. Although I have seen them grow outdoors in California, the specific variety I have, and they grow nice and tall, and they have bright red stems, and they do wonderfully. And I put mine, I had 2 of them, and I had them here in the West, and they both almost died off, and then I moved them under one of my parents' grow lights, and they love it. So they can stay there as far as I'm concerned, because I'm not going to bring them back and kill them. So if I ever get another office space that's bigger and outside of my residence here, I'll probably just pick it up then and offload some of the stuff so that, you know, they can get more. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, innocent lives are obviously the worst. Kids and anybody that's not serving, in the war. So it's just Crassus ovatus. I think, yeah, probably. Um, yeah, I'm not very good on my Crassus. I'm not very up to. That's one of my weak points. But yeah, that sounds right. And thank you, Paul. The necromancer at gardening. Well, I've killed plenty of plants myself. I can't say that I have not. Um, I've gotten better, but I mean, then again, I have approximately 70 here right now. I've probably killed like maybe over the last 4 years, like 10, um, only because I was learning a lot of the times. Um, and of course, one of the big things that really hurt me in the beginning was reading anything that comes from big box stores. Um, so every tag at a big box store will pretty much say one of two things. It'll either say bright indirect light or low light, and most of the time neither one of those are accurate descriptions of anything. Most of the cactus will say bright indirect light. Cactus can handle completely direct light and love direct light. Um, Most plants that are described as low light plants are not low light plants. They're medium light plants, and they do not like low light, but they will tolerate some levels of low light. Um, so things like snake plants, they say are low light plants. Snake plants love bright light, absolutely, thoroughly love bright light, but they will survive in bright light or in low light just fine, and they will just grow slower. But if you put them in really, really bright light, they'll do just fine. They'll grow really quickly too, and they'll put off babies, and you can propagate them. I just propagated one myself. This is a little baby that I just cut off from the main plant. I actually got two. This is from a bird nest snake plant. I believe moonlight variety, I think it is. Something like that. So have good oxygen, I guess so. Well, it would be carbon dioxide. Plants love carbon dioxide. But, oh yeah, no, I got you. Yeah, I get you now. Yeah, that probably is probably good oxygen. I should probably measure it. I always did want to get a, sorry. Oh, sorry, I covered it. I tried to cover the mic and I covered the. But yeah, I wanted to get it like an O2 sensor and see like not an O2 sensor, but an air quality meter and see what it does. I've always wanted to do that. Your mom had tons of reference books. That would be really cool to see some of the old reference books with like, especially the ones with like the old artwork too. Thank you, Faye. Let's see, what else is new? You can kind of see the new leaf on my Alocasia Saran here. It's putting off a new leaf, but like a lot of Alocasia, it decided to immediately kill one of the other leaves. So it is getting obviously close to summer, so I'm hoping that as the light gets better and better in here during the summer, it'll actually multiply. But for right now, it's just keeping a 2-leaf count. So, but I'm not too worried about it. The new leaf looks really healthy, so I think it'll be perfectly fine. Oh, this is not a very convenient placement. There we go. Any good foods in my area? Oh yeah, we're this part of Indiana, not for necessarily the greatest reasons, I would say, but we have wonderful food, awesome international food around here because we're a refugee location. So we've taken in refugees from Myanmar. We've taken refugees from Bosnia and the Balkans, and we've taken in all kinds of, and we will probably be the place taking in some Ukrainians. And so we've got all these awesome international immigrants that have come here and then stayed for years and opened up amazing restaurants. And so we have all kinds of great food. I mean, all over in this area. So great. It's really great. It's a big, also a great, big place for some reason. I'm not sure why, but lots of Mexican American immigrants move here. I'm not sure what it is. There's this very specific region where it's very popular for Mexican American immigrants and also other Latino immigrants. And so lots of awesome actual like Mexican food, like not like some random taco store opened up by a white dude and like that didn't ever actually have anybody teach him how to cook it. So yeah, we have some really authentic, locally owned, family owned restaurants around here from all over the world, and it's really great. So yeah, Northeast Indiana, kind of a pocket of fairly good cuisine, but I don't think anybody's going to be taking advantage of it besides locals for a while. We're not exactly the most popular of tourist destinations, and I don't see that changing for a while, so. Yeah, I would love to be able to grow aloe outside. I've got a woody aloe, not one of the big ones. I've got one of the ones that does the woody stems and kind of looks like a tree with spikes at the end. And then my mom has one of the big aloes. So that would be really awesome to be able to grow that outside. Taco Bell is not food. Yeah, what did they say? Like didn't it turn out their meat was like 30% soy or something like that? But yeah, I'm not the biggest Taco Bell fan. I don't mind it, but yeah, it's definitely not anywhere near authentic. But it's definitely the only restaurant that's open at especially now, after 2020, everything now closes at 10 o'clock at night. Everything, the grocery stores close at midnight. Even the ones that, the one I used to work at was open 24 hours a day. Now it's open until midnight. Everything's closed. So and then there's only one local restaurant that's open 24 hours a day, and it's really amazing. It's the only one within I swear 100 miles, and it's located in downtown Fort Wayne. It's called Powers. It's been years since I've been there, but it's a really cool place. It's open 24 hours a day, but whenever they want. So occasionally you'll go there and it should be open and it's not, and then occasionally you are assuming it's not open and it's packed full of people. I don't know. I haven't been in there, like I said, since probably 2015, something like that. 2016 maybe. No, a little bit. Probably no. 2018 was the last time I was there. So, but yeah, I went there with some of the former members of my car club. My defunct wow, I read fart and I wanted to say car club at the same time, so I almost said fart club. Not a club I want to join. But a club that I would love to read about. Anyway, let's see how we're doing on. Okay, so I think what we'll do, our rubia has gotten every bit of the water, and the cactus bones is still soaking in water because it was too much water. So I'll transfer this dude back and we will find another one. Thankfully, I don't have to climb anymore after this because everything else is down below. Hey there, Francisca. Welcome to the live stream. Good to see you. Brenda, you're right. Well, we don't have any Denny's around here, though. I think the nearest Denny's is like over like 100 miles away from me right now. But you are right. I will take that back. I believe IHOP is still open 24 hours a day around here. But I haven't seen a Denny's in a long time. I was at one of the last Denny's that was open around this area a while ago, and it closed in like 2014 or something like that. I'm not sure where the nearest one is. It might be like Indy. I'm thinking either Indianapolis or I feel like there might be a Denny's in Anderson. Trying to think. But yeah, it's been forever since. Weird fact that my mom actually used to work at Denny's. Actually, I believe she helped open the first one, one of the first ones that opened in this area before it inevitably closed and went out of business. Many, many years later, I should say. Alright, here's another one. I have no idea what type of cactus this actually is. It looks like a barrel or a crate, but it is very, very dark. It is like an, I don't know what kind of green you'd call that, but dark green. It's that green. But if anybody knows, let me know because I don't actually know what type of cactus that is. But it looks very similar to my other barrel and crate cactus. So I would say that might be related to that. No Denny's over there. Yeah, I think that's just... I don't think Denny's exist anywhere out of a certain part of the U.S. right now. They might exist in like Canada or something in some places. But I don't know how many international locations Denny's ever had. Yeah, I don't know. Kentucky duck there. No, I've never heard of it. I've spent a lot of time in Kentucky and I've never heard of that. Is there a Kentucky duck in Kentucky? It seems like something that would be like a New York type of restaurant and they would serve what they think is served in Kentucky. I could see that for sure. So this guy, I feel like I water this one too much. It's always wanting water. I just watered that yesterday though. Alright. Oh crap. That one is not stable. Okay. Well, no, we're just gonna have to wait on that one anyway. So I would like to try it now. There's a lot of places. We used to have A&Ws around here now, and the only time I've ever visited an A, well, no, I did visit one here, but the last time I did was, I believe, in California. But the only one I ever saw around here was in a mall, and I think it went out of business. But it supposedly used to be really big. Makes fun of KFC. Well, I was just at the Colonel's grave not too long ago. Yeah, I'll have to try that out sometime. I don't know. Oh, it's oh, I see what you're. I hadn't scrolled up. I got my text too big now, and I'm missing stuff. I'm seeing. I understand now. Sorry. Oh, really? Yeah, I need to get to Wisconsin sometime. I always seem to be coming near it or passing by it. You just opened to Big Boys. Wow. That's incredible. I didn't know Big Boys were still opening. But I used to go to. Now I'm assuming that your Big Boys is Azars, like mine is. There's another one that has the same one. I swear there's another restaurant. I don't know if it's out in California. It's probably the same company in the same way that like Checkers and Rallies is the same company. But I swear there's like another company that there's an Azars Big Boys, and I swear there's another one. So if Big Boys isn't owned by Azars in your area, let me know which company you're familiar with them. Oh wow, Brenda, that's something. Yeah, we have both Arby's and Long John here. Yeah, that. See, that's interesting how some of them are so regional that it's weird that you can go to places and these popular chains that you've known for so long are just not present at all. Rotten Ronald's, yeah. Yeah, I'm not the biggest McDonald's fan. I was when I was younger, and there was some stuff that I like, and it's some stuff I still kind of like. Like, the Big Mac's okay. I really liked the Arch Burger back in the day. I don't think they still do that. But it was always, that was I remember, because it came out and I was still a kid, and it was advertised as the adult burger, and so of course, that was like the only thing I ever ordered after that, because, every kid wants to grow up and be an adult. So I ordered the Arch Burger, but I actually really did like it. Yeah, this is just another crate or barrel. I always get them mixed up because to me this doesn't look like crate, but I'm pretty sure this is crate. To me it should be barrel. Wait, hold on. Sorry. I'm turning this way again because I put the camera there originally. So yeah, weird cactus names. Anyway, I should probably keep this one out. It needs to be watered too. Excuse me, sorry. I always forget to mute. Oh. It's going to end up being one of the longest streams ever, but not because I just ramble and talk, but because I have so many plants. And if I sit here and wait for every single one of them to soak up the water, this is going to take forever. Okay, I need a shallow one so I can dry them. There we go. So, life hack, you want free, cool, not bad looking drip trays. You can use a KFC, speaking of KFC, you can use KFC mashed potato, or what's it called, Wow, why can I not? I can only think of sauerkraut now, and I got it stuck in my head now. I can't think of coleslaw. There we go. So you can use those as free drip trays. Although that one bowed a little bit, so it doesn't work quite as well now. And these other ones are actually hummus containers from when I used to buy hummus before I learned how to make like gallons of the stuff myself. So now I only buy chickpeas, or other people buy them sometimes and I make them. So yeah, well, chickpeas and tahini and garlic and lemon juice, and I don't know if lemon juice is technically in there. I always put a splash in though. I should probably not water that there. That's gonna drain all over everything. And I just realized I meant to do this the other way. Good thing I didn't point the camera that way. And I would show you all that I just made a huge mistake. Not a huge one, actually, just mild. Cure for constipation. I've never had that problem with Big Macs, but I'll remember that. And Arby's in Ottawa. I have not been to Ottawa. I'm not sure why that was relevant. But anyway, I went to a Burger King in Ontario once. Or not Ontario. Was it Ontario or Quebec? No, it was Ontario. Sorry. It was not a bizarrely different experience. Nothing to report. I cannot sit that there. I am out of room. Okay, time to put the cactus bones back. Oh, good one, Faye. Sorry. I'm having problems with my letters tonight. I almost said K for some reason. Anyway, yeah, that's a good one, too. I don't go to Dairy Queen too much, but if I do, I'll have to keep that in mind and keep the top lid of that, the round cakes. I usually get, well, I'm probably thinking of like birthday cakes, but I usually get like ice cream type cakes, but I don't know that I've ever had a round cake from Dairy Queen. I don't ever eat at Dairy Queen either, though. I guess, would you call it, it's eating, but like, who says I went to eat at Dairy Queen unless I got like one of the hamburgers? Usually you just kind of go there for ice cream, but I really don't go and get sweets very much, so yeah. So I pretty much just pass by. There's one that's not too far from where I live. I pass by it all the time, but I do love it though. I don't know if they do them again or not, but I thought there for a while because I usually get the Nerds Blizzard, and then I couldn't get it for a while, and so I kind of lost complete interest because that was like the only thing that I liked for whatever reason. I know that's a weird one. Don't put it on the chair by mistake. Yeah, that would not be good. Oh, the black, but yeah, I know. Okay, yeah. Yeah, no. That would be, yeah, and euphorbias are mildly toxic too, so you wouldn't want to take a euphorbia. It wouldn't send you to the hospital, but it could give you a nice rash. All right, hold on, I'm going to put this one up. Sorry about that. Exactly what I said was going to happen just happened. It gave me the warning that I'm at 20% battery. Okay, well, I'm going to have to switch to my battery so that the stream doesn't die. So I apologize. The audio is not going to be as great, but it should be fine. So hold on just a second. Really? All right. Let's see if I can get this hooked up here. Awesome. Yeah, good that everybody's seeing me again. Yeah, usually it corrects itself right away. I don't... Oh, I got the wrong cable. I don't know why it pauses the stream. It really is something that they should fix. Alright, we should be good to go. Let me know how terrible the audio sounds. And I'll try and either talk louder or whatever it takes. But yeah, we're gonna keep trying to water here for a second. I'll turn you guys around. Thank you, Francisco. I appreciate that. Yeah, I really like doing the travel streams. Hopefully we're gonna be doing another one tomorrow, weather permitting here. Excellent, Faye. Thank you. Appreciate the input. Yeah, good. All right, so got our next cactus ready here. Another one I can't remember. I love this cactus, and I got it in another small town that's not too far from here. Yeah, I think this one was from a nursery in this small town called Garrett. It's near a bigger town called Auburn. Some of you might know the Auburn auction, the car auction, which is world famous. If you've ever seen Jay Leno or anybody appearing at like a really famous car auction, good chances are it's right here in Indiana in Auburn. I say Jay Leno specifically because he's like one of the most well-known celebrities that is like a huge car enthusiast that's been around for years, and everybody, non-generational. Looks like a mammillaria. Is it? Really? Probably. Maybe. I had a mammillaria that, actually, you know what? This one might be a mammillaria, too. So I had a mammillaria that looked like this that had bright pink flowers. I hope that looks good on you guys' end, because I have my quality turned way down, so I have no idea how my picture looks either. Alright, that one is good. We'll put another little bit of water in the bottom, so if it needs it, it'll soak it up. If it doesn't need it, it'll be ready there for the next cactus. I do kind of half bottom, half top watering. So I water through the top, and then I put a little bit in the bottom, and then whatever comes out and the additional that's in the bottom will a lot of times suck back up, and then if there's anything left behind, you can, as long as it doesn't have any pests or anything, you can kind of use it for another cactus or whatever. So Well, I was about to bring over another one to show you, but I messed up and did not water it quickly enough, and it's kind of getting droopy. So instead, I'm going to keep it where it is. Thanks for joining us, John. Appreciate you. You have a good night. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah. Some of this stuff I should have watered well before. Alright. That one was kind of cool because it has a really cool flower, and I think it's related to the corpse flower family. And it gets a huge flower on it that supposedly smells really, really bad, like rotting meat. So, and it's a summer bloomer, so luckily the command center should not only be hot in the summer, but also smell like rotting meat. So that'll be fun. But it's really cool flower and really beautiful, so I don't think it's gonna be so powerful that it smells up the entire room. But it is supposedly a very rotten smelling flower. Oh, the TikTok. Yeah, I did do a similar. I recently did a short on YouTube too. That was a little plant tour, and but yeah, it was kind of based on the old TikTok one. And thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, you can check out the TikTok account if anybody does TikTok. You've got the 539 Productions count there. It's mostly cemetery stuff at this point, but there are a few plant things. I've learned now that that's apparently a mistake on TikTok. TikTok is subject oriented, so if you do a cemetery TikTok, you should stick with that, otherwise it's not going to do well. But yeah, live and learn. So alright, I need this is gonna be an interesting shuffle. Alright. This is another, I think this is a barrel. Golden barrel. I'm hoping it blooms. I'm not sure how old barrels have to be before they bloom. Okay, I'm gonna have to either put stuff away or let's go with that. Need to like start a cactus master class. This one is a little bit uneven. You can see it's been growing this way towards the window, so I need to turn it this way so that it stops doing that. This one, I cannot remember what it is. Oh, it does not have a species name on it. I think it is another, I think this one is like a red barrel because it has bright red spines, but I can't remember exactly. Takes a few years. Yeah, that one is about 3 years old now, so probably shouldn't be too long on that one. I know the mammillaria are nice because those ones will bloom really young. My mammillaria that I bought a few years ago was blooming straight from the store, and it was only like an inch and a half. Alright, we're gonna have to wait on the next one until we get a few more of these done. I have my bear claw, my Panda Plant, and my lady fingers, which are all related, that need to be watered as well here. This is gonna take forever. Again, if you're enjoying the plant stream, make sure to give a thumbs up. And again, appreciate you all being here, especially at 1:30 a.m. at least my time. I know a lot of you here are maybe in different states and different countries even, so Sempervivium. Oh, yeah, that sounds familiar. I want to get some. Sad part, I wanted to take the one because it had been ripped out of the ground, but I didn't really want to do that because I didn't want to remove a plant from a cemetery, but I didn't also want it to die, and I didn't have a spade or anything with me, but hopefully somebody replants it. I guess I can give an update on this. This is my pink princess. It's about doubled in size. I don't know. Whoa, that got really close. Sorry. So, yeah. So by that rate, I guess it's, since I bought it for $65 and it's doubled in size, I guess that means it's worth $130 now. So if you're ever wondering how to spend $130 on a 3-inch high plant, that is the way to do it. Pink Princess Philodendron. I think. Alright, where did my water go? Alright, we need more water. I'm gonna have to fill up my jug. Sorry, I know you're looking at like the top of my head a lot during this stream, so I really apologize. The next one will be like a driving stream. On the roof, oh, that's cool. I wish we had more. I wish like flat top roof designs were more popular around here. There's a few homes around here that have them, and I think they're incredible. They all have rooftop like porches and whatnot. I think it's such a cool idea. It makes me mad that any homes have like the traditional roof. I feel like that should be the new standard. Oh yeah, I've got to put stuff away before I can do this, that's right. Let's get this guy a little bit more here. And then we'll put back the other dark cactus after I... This guy should be good to go. Thank you, Brenda. Yeah, I'm having fun hanging out with everybody. I don't mind if no one else minds doing plant chores. You know, I can kind of get the idea of what I have to go through to cared for about 70 plants. I should probably not do that one there. Let's move this guy back. Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, a lot of the succulents are like that too. Are great for the rock gardens, especially like your more hardy succulents. Lithops are really cool. Split rocks are great. Yeah. Thank you, Francisca. I'm glad you were able to join us tonight. Oh, we got another one I can do here. Okay. I'll give those just a minute here to do what they need to do, and then we'll get a few more here. I need to really make more room when I do this. No wonder it's taking so long. Let's see, how long is it? So we've been watering plants for, oh, the stream's excuse me. The stream was 2 hours long, so we've been watering plants for like an hour and a half. Wow. I don't even know if I'm halfway through my cactus. I have all that shelf left to do. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 5 cactus left up here. 5 cactus / succulents left up there. And then I have 6 over here, I think. Yeah. So, it's gonna be a bit. 2 hours, yeah, that's a long one too. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be about what we're doing. I think by the end it'll be about 2 hours total for us to do all this. But, you know, it's plants, it's therapeutic, it's fun, so I don't mind. But I understand if you guys get bored. Like I said, we will be doing a travel stream next time, which hopefully, probably, I'm going to try and make it tomorrow and or today, Tuesday. We'll see. I'm pretty much, whenever I can, whenever I'm traveling now, I'm just going to try and take you guys along on one platform or the other. Because I figure never is everyone that watches on 539 going to be watching the live stream. So it's always going to be brand new for somebody on 539. And I don't feel like it's going to ruin it so much that no one wants to watch the 539 episodes. So I think I'm just going to start taking you guys along either on Twitch or YouTube for every, unless for some reason it's so far out in the country that it just doesn't work, like I said, until I get the stream upgraded. So very nice, Francisca. Yeah, I'm hoping to break the 100 here soon. Probably not here specifically, but all together. I think this dude here is ready to go. Oh yeah, we were getting one that was a little loose. He's definitely needing it. Our main shoot here is still pretty firm. Oh, I put the wrong ones back at the wrong time. And anybody wondering how I'm not getting hit by cactus thorns, I just am. I don't really try to avoid it anymore. Actually, the only one I really hate is the bunny ears, because the bunny ears are tiny little ones, and it'll just, if you hit one of the paddles, it'll just leave like Sorry about that. I don't know what exactly is going on. My battery's plugged in, but it's not charging as quickly as it did while I was on the road the other day. I was able to pretty much stream indefinitely. So it may end up dying here pretty soon. I'm not 100%. But I apologize. Sorry about that, everyone. But yeah, anyway, this is the my little bear claw here. It's recovering. I did not like the winter too much. It's starting to come back now. And it's really healthy now, although it doesn't look as healthy as it could be. So and let me grab the other ones that are related. Wow, that was way too hard. So this is another relative of the bear claw. This is called a lady's fingers. And I think I put this one in another. Yeah, so now I have a ton of stuff in incorrectly labeled. This was another nursery container that I switched this one into it from a cactus, so it has incorrect info on it now. So I have a disinformation campaign going on in my hanging garden here. Well, we'll hang it there temporarily. And then my this is another one. This is called a Panda Plant. I don't think this one is in the correct container either. No, it is not an Opportunia monstrose. It is definitely not. So, yeah. You can kind of see the similarities. This one has more defined claws. You can see that it's actually slightly different colored on the ends, and it looks kind of like a little paw. So that's a Panda Plant. The other one's and then there's the bear claw and the lady's fingers. And they're all related to each other. Actually, I wonder if I can, let's see if I can actually use my mic stand. The moment that I'm innovative, though, is the moment the battery's just going to die. Okay. I gotta make sure I do this right so that I don't kill a bunch of plants. Yeah, obviously I went to screensaver immediately. Oh, I thought that was gonna work too. I can't do it. Almost. Oh well. That was a big ask to be able to double my mic stand as a temporary plant holder, but it's an interesting prospect to try and hang these, and then it's like you gotta keep track of the chain. So we're gonna hang water them, excuse me. Oh, maybe you know what I'll do. I had two cords in there by accident on my battery. Maybe it was trying to redirect some of that power to the other port. Maybe now it'll actually do something. Okay. Well, that's that one. I'm gonna go ahead and just water the bunny ears. I think I've showed everybody the bunny ears, and if anybody's interested, I'll just share a photo afterwards, but I'm not gonna. The last time I moved the bunny ears cactus, my Opportunia, it took me probably about 3 hours to get all of the thorns out of my skin. Alright, this guy is ready to go back to. Yeah, it's kind of a little bit of a dance routine. It's like a delicate ballet, trying to get these on without getting injured. Here's another one I can't really remember. It is a trooper though. It lasts forever without water. I don't think I usually water it probably maybe once during the winter. Let's see. What's that? Yeah, out of water. Go ahead and put some more water in here. Some cactus tricks. Well, absolutely. If you want to share some tips, that'd be awesome. The only tip I have is I usually use Scotch tape to get out the little bunny ears ones because they're so small. You just stick the tape down and rip them out like you're waxing. Alright, that one should be good. And then we got room for one more here. And go ahead and do, this is our drunkard's dream. It's kind of a cool looking one. This is a tree living cactus. So this cactus doesn't live on the ground, it lives in between the branches of I think semi-tropical trees. Maybe tropical, probably tropical. I think it's a tropical cactus. Actually, I think it's a tropical succulent. That also is called a cactus, but it isn't a cactus because it has no spines whatsoever, no thorns. There is a difference. If it has spines, it's still a succulent. If it has thorns, then it's a cactus. Let's see. Okay, well that's it for there. This one's a little bit bigger. Oh, I can't fit it to water it though. Alright. Well, this one's pretty cool though. It's growing. You can see some of the new growth coming here at the top. Yeah, that's one of my bigger goldens. Wow, this rate I'm gonna have to take a break here in a second. Almost 2 in the morning. Is there anything? Oh, there is one more. I've got my other Opportunia, my prickly pear. Actually, I have 2 prickly pears. Alright. What am I going to put back here? Lots of milk thistles. Oh, very cool. We'll let that one sit and soak up. And maybe we'll put back the Panda, or kind of put it back. Oh, yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about, yeah. Alrighty. Oh. Be careful with this one. Since it has food in it, I don't want to just dump the water over the top of the cactus and end up burning the flesh of the cactus. So it's mostly just going to have to suck up its water. And, yeah, we'll put that one back. All right. I would love to get some fruit on it. I don't know that I'm going to. Oop. But I have a couple of them now, and they're seemingly pretty healthy. Dragonflies, awesome. Yeah, dragonflies are really cool. Let me get one down. So that's the prickly pear there. Actually, hope that's not spider mites. I might need to keep that one down. And I made a custom planter for this one out of this old piece of metal off of it was a TV dinner stand. So I bent it and put hooks through it, and it works as a nice little hanger. But this one might need sprayed with some neem oil. You can kind of see the Trades County if I do that. There's the other one right there. That's the green one. Hopefully it's better resolution for all of you than me. I'm watching at like 240p so that I don't ruin my own stream by streaming it back in like HD. Oh, this is going to not be enough water. Maybe. Oh yeah, just enough. But yeah, Trades Counties are one of my favorites. I've got, let's see, between the oyster, the nannock, I can't remember which variety that one is, the Zabrina, and my hairy green variety, which is the one that I had down there. So now I have, yeah, four varieties of Trades County now. Oh, very cool. Yeah, I would love to find some wild growing ones around here. Let's see. Alright, I gotta water back up here. I might actually, oh, hold on. I'm missing some chat. I've been on top chat this entire time. My apologies. Thank you, Francisca. Thank you, Faye. And apologies to everyone. I've had it on top chat this entire stream. So this was completely filled with water with cactus food in it today. So we've almost gone through the entire gallon. Ah, Texas. Yeah, that makes sense. There's some really cool plants in Texas. Alright, I am missing something. I need to start grabbing more. And think at 2 I might just take a quick 5-minute break or something. This is the Madagascar here. Yeah, really, really cool. Long leaves, not something you normally see in the cactus. I think Madagascar are an official cactus. That looks like thorns to me and not just spines. So I would assume that's an actual cactus. There we go. That is the great thing about having chains going everywhere. You can easily find temporary hanging locations. And I'm actually getting good at knowing where this thing needs to go now. Oh, hold on. Further. There we go. I should not have used the shallow one. I agree, Brenda. Yeah, it's very difficult. I don't know that I have any specific favorites. I really kind of like them all. And we got another prickly pear here. You can see this one's actually starting to have some growth right there. I can't tell if that's a new section or it's trying to flower. I think it's just a new section. I think we're just making a new paddle. But actually this one came with the other one in the same container and I separated them. Alright, begonias, yes. I have my polka dot here. And it's growing a new leaf all the way up here through this crazy long stem that it's been growing for like the whole winter. It's been growing a stem and then it would put off little leaves and then just shed them immediately. And now that summer's almost here, it's like putting off big begonia leaves again. But yeah, I love begonias. There's another one, I can't remember what it is. Goodness, I just saw the name the other day too. But it was a really cool one I love. I'm gonna move this little ailing waffle plant real quick. Yeah, I don't know why. I just saw the name to it the other day because I saw somebody else's and it reminded me. And now I can't. It might be a Ripsalis, maybe? Um, I can see it because I just saw it. I don't know why I can't think of it. So, unfortunate, but what are you going to do? This is my little golden bell cactus. There's bells, there's barrels, and there's crates, and they all look somewhat similar. There's another one I don't mind touching, because it doesn't really do much. It's just kind of mildly soft. But, I mean, if you were to jam it, you'd probably have a different story. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting I'm missing my lady's fingers I gotta do too. And then, yeah, my rickrack. Linda, welcome. Good to have you. Thanks for joining. Especially so late. I don't know what time it is in your area, but... Night, Faye. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you being here as always. Yeah, get some sleep. I'm sure I will be here fairly soon too. I need to take a break here in a second. But I think I might be worth it just to keep going, and then, I don't know. I think I'm gonna need a couple minutes. Like, it wouldn't seem as if this is exhausting, but like, it's so tedious. Like, I really love it, but like it does get somewhat difficult trying to like hang everything the right way and then like get it lined up and everything turned and fitting properly. It really is a Tetris game trying to like fit them all up here. There's been times where I've taken them all off and then put them all back and then they don't fit on the shelf. It's like there's not more cactus here to fit, but they just don't fit. I do need to hydrate. I have not taken a single drop of my Mountain Dew, which is pretty much gone. I'm probably covered in dirt by now. No, there's no dirt. Thankfully, I was not wrong when I took a drink. I have definitely had dumb stuff like that happen before. Alright, I'm gonna do one last water. Oh yeah, I can do this one. So we'll do the mystery. And then there's the ones like that I just forget and then I remember later. Like my Photonia, not a cactus. Photonia are not a cactus. But another plant that I love that I forgot the name for like 6 months. Which I have 2 of those. I have the Photonia White Ann, and then I have the Photonia Pink Vein, which I don't know if it has a nickname. All I know it by is Pink Vein. But you can see one of my Photonias. My White Ann. I don't have my pink one here. It is somewhere else because it is, for whatever reason, way more picky about light. Maybe it's because of the pink color, which does have an effect. This is how bad. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and take that break because I just thought I had way more to get off of that shelf than I actually did. All right, give me like 5 minutes here. Not 5, like 3. I think I have another Mountain Dew or something around the corner here. And then at least someplace where I can temporarily sit down. And although I could laboriously try to like drag my chair over here, but right now it's gonna be way too hard. Normally it fits, but yeah, I'll be back in like 3 minutes here. Just bear with me. I'm just literally going around the corner. All right, sorry. Totally just sat my drink down in dirt, but alright, welcome back. At some point, I'm going to do a stream here soon where, like I was saying a while ago, but I will reiterate because it's been probably like, what, 2 months now since I've talked about it, but I will be doing a Twitch stream where on YouTube where I set up Twitch, kind of like a Hangout stream where I just, we can kind of bring it all online together, because I've been, I got everything set up. I got a brand new camera. I don't know if I ever showed you guys. I always say you guys. That's such a disrespectful way to talk these days. All of you, not all of you guys. But I got this little, it's a Logitech. It's not the world's best, but it's like a sort of $80 webcam. And almost nearly as good as what we got right now. It's not quite as good, but it's sort of a temporary solution. I'm going to be using it for Twitch, and really good quality. However, if the Twitch stuff takes off, I'll probably end up upgrading it to something like a DSLR, or using one of the Canon mirrorless that I already have, and just getting a capture card or something like that. I'm not really sure. Why in the world? I have 2 chats now. Well, that's weird. I'm gonna try and unwrap that new YouTube issue. Okay, well, they're both the same chat, but I don't need 2. What in the world? YouTube may be slowly getting somewhat better with the algorithm, but it is definitely also getting stranger. I just don't even understand some of the problems anymore. Thank you. Yeah, this isn't the webcam right. This is my phone. The iPhone is amazing. I'm going to be using the webcam for the Twitch and the iPhone for YouTube Hangouts, so you guys shouldn't see any drop in quality. It is not, I will say the Logitech is not as good, but it's really good though. Not very noticeable. Like if I were to set it up side by side on OBS and then switch back and forth, which I can do, I might do it sometime just to show you guys, but it would definitely be noticeable. But standing alone though, it is really good. But what I figure I'll do is just use it until I can upgrade the Twitch stream via hopefully its own cash flow, if people find it entertaining. And Twitch does have somewhat monetization now, so I'll let it fund itself if it does, and then we'll upgrade from there if it calls for it, and then I can use this as a second camera that I can hook up for anything else. I've got a little Raspberry Pi around here. I've been thinking about maybe doing satellite cameras, where not satellite, but like disconnected cameras that are in other locations that could stream to me, which then again I could stream to the stream, if that makes sense. Since I'm an IT guy, I could set up another computer somewhere that sends its signal to me, and then just share it via the stream as a secondary camera, sort of a secondary camera. So yeah, I think that'd be kind of an interesting idea to do. And then I could have cameras outside, I could have nighttime cameras, I could have sky cameras, I could have, I don't know, anything. Wildlife cameras, I guess. And yeah, among other ideas that I have to make some very elaborate streams. That's more in the future though. And it will get somewhat elaborate and probably have some nice multi-camera setups here in the near future, but I have a few other ideas that I've been bouncing off a few people to have some incredibly elaborate streams that I don't think have actually ever been tried before. There's a few areas that I've discovered that I think are really obvious that have just never been tried, and I think would be incredibly fun for both me to do and for people to watch too, and interact with. It would be a type of interactive stream where you could sort of, in some ways, control what was going on and what you would see. That's as much as I'll go into it, but yeah, there is some. I will say I did. There are. I think there are. I wouldn't be necessarily the first, but it's not very popular, and I think if done right, it would be incredibly popular. I will put it this way: I've seen the equipment, the pre-made equipment that I might home make, just because I already know how to do it myself anyway, and it'd be cheaper. But although I've seen the equipment, I've never seen a stream. I've never once ever seen anyone do it. Though you can buy equipment to do it. So, but that's as far as I'm going to go at this point. Otherwise, I'm going to give too much away, and it's a really good idea, and I really think it'd be fun, and it'd be a lot of fun to be the first, or one of the first, or one of the first big ones anyway, if it does take off. But yeah, so there's that, and yeah, and of course, like I said, as always, I'll be continuing to do the streams here. But yeah, just to kind of reiterate and update for those, we've been going quite a while now, so I'm assuming that there's some people here who were not here in the beginning, potentially. I usually don't look. I usually don't spy on you guys. I don't. If you're here and you're not chatting, you're anonymous because I don't look. I don't look to see who's lurking. I don't do any of that. So. But yeah, I'm assuming that there's probably a few people here that were not here from the beginning. So, yeah, we're gonna be doing Twitch streaming here soon. We'll be doing road streaming on this channel probably, I don't know, by now in like 12 hours, maybe a little bit more, and yeah, we'll be doing the Twitch marathon at some point, where I will be doing a dual stream both on here and on Twitch at the same time for like all night long, like we used to do. Probably do like an 8-hour, 9-hour long stream. Maybe we'll even start well before midnight, so that you can get in like maybe even like a full 12-hour stream or something. I would go for 24 maybe, but it depends on scheduling and a lot of other factors, but potentially I would do something like that, obviously with proper breaks and whatnot. So something just flashed. I don't know what it was. That was weird. It was on the actual video page of the stream. It's like the share button lit up white all of a sudden. I don't know what's going on. That's weird. Hopefully something doesn't happen. It doesn't seem like it was phone. It looks like, see, I think I was right. I think what was happening, I had another cable plugged into my battery that I'm using to charge the phone, and I think because the other cable was plugged in and it sensed the cable being there, even though the cable was not plugged into a device, it seemed to know that the cable was there, and it was diverting half the power to that other port. And so since I pulled that cable, it hasn't given me any battery notification. Now watch it within 5 seconds, of course, it's going to probably die and my battery's going to be dead. But no, it appears to be working. And last time when I unplugged my phone after the travel stream, it actually was charged. It was almost fully charged while streaming. So I really think it was, I think it was diverting power. That's weird. Well, it's good to know though. So that I'm prepared in the future. So I think I have 2 cactus left. The problem now is I have to be real careful. None of these cactus can drip because if they drip onto my lithop. And my lithop cannot be watered but like once or twice a year. So for even a few drops of water to drop on top of it, it could potentially make it not happy at all. So I need to make sure that everything currently sitting here completely dries out before I put it back. So I'm gonna have to somehow make more room. Wow, it's almost 2:30. It's like a full 2 hours now that I guess I've been talking. It's not that bad. If I was just doing this on my own, it surely would not take me this long. I mean, it doesn't take me this long. It's not like this is the first time I've ever watered cactus. Actually, I should probably water this. This is the mother plant to my other snake plant, my baby. So, mother plant, baby plant. It was just kind of crammed into the side there with another baby coming out, and then barely any room, so it was pretty much going to die, and the other baby. Yeah. A lithop? I guess it would depend too on what your medium that you're growing in too. The more rocky and craggy and kind of areas for the kind of a medium that allows the water just to kind of fall straight through it, you can up your watering pattern quite a bit. Mine is planted in straight soil, so I don't know what yours is planted in, but I know there's differences too in the different types. I know split rocks and lithops are slightly different too, in that they one of them is like you can water it as little as once a year. But yeah, there's definitely some differences. This one is this specific variety that I have is about a twice a year waterer. I've had mine 4 months now, and I haven't watered it a single time, and it's doing great. And it was completely bone dry when I got it too. So, yeah, I don't know what. It just said lithop though. I don't know what variety I even have. Mother-in-law's tongue. I've heard that before, but I didn't really know what it was describing. I never knew that was that. I swear that I think that isn't there another one that's called? Oh no, there's another. It's not. There's another plant that's not mother-in-law's tongue. There's a mother-in-law's something else too. I might be thinking of that one, but yeah, mother-in-law's tongue. That's interesting. Verwentigen? Is Dutch pronounced in the typical? I don't know if it's pronounced in the same way that English would be, or if it's pronounced more Germany, which English is a Germanic language, so it should be close, right? Is Dutch a Germanic language? Dutch is Germanic, right? Because everybody says that the Amish speak dirty German. I think they all speak Dutch, so it's probably really offensive, so I apologize. But I think they speak a different form. If I remember correctly, Pennsylvania Dutch probably wouldn't make much sense to modern Dutch speakers. If I know that, if I'm correct, I would never dream of telling a native speaker anything about their own language, though. But I did have more than a few friends in high school that actually spoke fluent Pennsylvania Amish Dutch, whatever that is. So there's that. Okay. Oh, there it is. I thought I lost my mouse for a second. I will say one cool thing about Macs that is really neat. I don't know, maybe Windows does it now too, but if you lose your mouse and you keep spinning it for too long, it'll increase the size of the mouse, the pointer on the screen, so that you can see where it is. It's the one that spreads everywhere. Wait, oh, the plant that I just had? Wait, maybe I'm misthinking which one we're talking about then. Which one did I just get that spreads? I have so many plants. Because I've heard of them a long time. Maybe I'm getting confused which one we're talking about. Is it one of the traits Countias? Those spread everywhere. Dutch, German, and Swiss German. Okay. So that's probably why these somewhat derogatory, dirty Dutch thing comes from, that it's a mixture of different. Yeah, okay. Well, that's interesting. Very cool. Yeah, I know none of it. I know like maybe 3 words of German. And that's about it. I would like to learn more of many languages, but I feel like I know just a little bit of like 5 or 6 languages, and then like a lot of 2. I could probably starve my way through like 3 countries and like live fairly well in 2. Sorry, I was completely paused as if something else was actually going on. Alright, where to put these? I need another drip tray to put somewhere else. That is at its maximum height, so I can't put it underneath my standing desk here. No, definitely not. Okay, we'll just put the drip tray under. That's precarious. Alright. Oh, that's annoying. There we go. I have no real immediate travel plans. Well, sort of. I am probably gonna leave for 1 night here in the next few weeks, because I've accumulated so many points from the last few years, and they keep rolling over, that I have like at least 1 free night that I can use. So I'm probably gonna go somewhere close for that, and film a little bit for 539 so I can re-catch back up again. And then I probably will try and head out west whenever I can. Last time I was out west, I stayed with a friend for a week, so I don't know if I'm gonna try and maybe do something similar like that again, or we'll see how it works. I don't know. Not that I'm assuming that I can't stay with them again. Just don't want to impose that without discussing it thoroughly first. But wow, I'm about to run out of water. But yeah, that's the tentative plans at the moment, is to do that, and then with any luck I should have one of the brand new channels started by summer and should be doing a few of the new series here. So oh, very cool, Brenda. Yeah, I have not necessarily Amish relatives, but lots of we've had friends of the family that were Amish. I went to school with a lot of ex-Amish. I've been around tons of Amish people in my life, and we used to go. There used to be a festival around here called like Amish Days or something like that we used to go to. But I mean, pretty much every festival around here is an Amish festival. So there's a little town around here somewhere called Grable, and they do Grable Days, and that is a lot of Amish people there. Tons, thousands. Oh, and when I used to work in the grocery store, we used to have a ton of Amish customers too. And a few of them knew me and actually would come say hi when they were there. So that was cool. Varying degrees of separation. Down here, the Amish communities are pretty well integrated. They are friendly with the surrounding communities. They don't have any problems with them. I've been in areas where it's not quite as not to say anything bad about the Amish. Just saying there are definitely areas where they don't want any outsiders, and around here too. There's this one small area of southern Michigan. They will not interact for the most part. For the most part, I've had very little experience with them, but like it was a different sort of. I think some communities are a little bit more closed off, is what I mean. I don't know why that's relevant. It's late and I'm trying to talk while I'm also trying to figure out which cactus I've done. Is it cactuses or is it cacti? I've heard that cacti is now incorrect. Or is it, one of them is now not a pie, or tie, or whatever. It's either octopuses got changed to octopuses and it used to be octopi, or cacti got changed to cactuses and it used to be cacti, or it never was cacti or something. I don't know. I hate English. But I guess it's not really English's fault, because the English apparently is in the middle of becoming a formal language when it used to be an informal language. That's why funner used to not be a word, but it is a word now. I think actually funner was always a word. Just everybody always thought it wasn't. These that lived in Hamburg. Oh, yeah, yeah. And then, of course, that gave rise to German immigrants making Hamburg steak, which was just a hamburger patty without any buns around it. And then that turned into the hamburger sandwich, which, so yeah, interesting place to come from. I have a lot of German family too. I don't know which city they were from in Germany. We don't really know anything about them once they came over. I don't know that any of my family has any connections with old world family. I have no idea who they are. I don't know anybody. I know one person that might know, but I don't know if they would have any contact. Yeah. See, here's the thing. As someone who's studied multiple languages, lots of languages are fairly straightforward. Like, Spanish is really straightforward. Like, you can almost not know a word and know perfectly how to use it in any sentence. Just by looking at the unconjugated, or it's difficult to explain, but it's like here how, it's like considered improper to say fun and funner, where in Spanish that would be a completely like normal thing, and we're encouraged to say like more fun. That's because that's part of the language that's older, I guess, and is part of the non-formal English, and the formal would be a language that made sense, where it's like fun, funner, funnest. We just still have like half of our language that is like, I just water that. Yeah, I did water twice. Doesn't matter. Anyway, I can't stand the English language. Spanish is so much easier. Spanish, you're just gonna need to remember one thing: amos san. Not really that, but that's like that's like a general like form of like almost every verb in a sense. So if you were to say like I am, you could say estoy, or you could say you are, estás, or you could say he is, está, or you could say we are, estamos, or you could say they are, están. And I'm missing one, estáis, whatever that tense is. Or tense, never mind. Anyway, I'm not going to give a Spanish lesson tonight. So, essentially, a well-ordered language that you can figure out without necessarily even knowing the meaning of the word. You could know exactly how to use the word in a sentence without even knowing the meaning. That's what we call efficiency in language. And thus is Romance languages. Italian, Spanish, French is Romance, right, I think? But they're well ordered. They know exactly how each thing is going to be, with a few exceptions, obviously. And they're also living languages. So English gets changed based basically on popular opinion and what people use, and Spanish actually, to my knowledge, has like an official body that governs the evolution of the language. I think it's different depending on the country, but oh yeah. I don't know much French. I know a few French phrases. I know enough French to hate when people say je ne sais quoi. Everybody that's a chef, and none of them knows what it means. Anybody know what je ne sais quoi means? The funny thing is, it will look the same whether or not you say yes or no. Because it pretty much means I don't know what. Je ne sais quoi. I don't know what. So the next time you're at a fancy restaurant and somebody says it has that je ne sais quoi, you can say, so you have no idea what you're talking about because you don't know what's in it. Because that's what je ne sais quoi means. I don't know what. It has that certain I don't know what. Sorry, I'm just like randomly pausing. You can tell it's getting late. I'm like going into deep thought to actually try and keep this conversation going while I literally wait for dirt to suck up water. Debating on whether to I think I'm not going to water my snake plant. It's in somewhat lower light conditions. I think I'll wait till next week for the snake plant. Thanks, Francisca. Appreciate you being here. Look forward to seeing you in the next one, maybe, if you can make it, and all of you. So, yeah, good night, man. Appreciate you. Well, I always say that. I would say guys and man all the time. Good night, Francisca. I apologize. I can't even speak tonight. Here's a random leaf from a snake plant that did not originate in the snake plant. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, have a great night. I'm really thankful I figured out the battery thing so that my battery didn't die. I thought for sure that something was going wrong. And then I saw that second cord and I was like, I wonder if the circuit board, the microprocessor or whatever that's inside is sensing that I plugged it in and automatically diverting power, which is weird because I would feel like it would be better off to go on draw, because I don't know how much, there shouldn't be any power, or at least very minimal power being drawn by just merely plugging in the cable. So it's very weird that it's where did they go? Oh, there it went. Okay, but it's really weird that they program the microcontroller that way. I feel like it's been a long time since I programmed a microcontroller, but I'm pretty sure that can be done if I remember. I'm no expert. But I have done more complicated than sensing the power draw of a cable plugged in. So I feel like what I'm saying is accurate. Oh yeah, I have to water my money tree too, but I don't have normal water now. I have only cactus water. Shoot. Oh well, I'll do that one later. It's not falling yet, so it should be good. I should have a drip tray for this dude here. This is more difficult than it seems. Oh my. Oh, that was unproductive. Oh yeah, I'm definitely a computer guy. I've done coding, and then, well, microprocessing coding is coding, but it's a different thing, kind of. When I did microprocessor coding, I programmed robots. Not, well, one in particular. Not anything super challenging in the realm of robots. But and I did not build. Well, I kind of using existing parts. I built it, and then you program and then flash the processor, and then it can sort of sense the world around it and do whatever it needs to do. In my case, it was battling other robots in a competition. So it would look around and find the other robot, and then it would try to push it out of the ring, and then it would attempt to stay in the ring. So I had sensors that could sense the lines on the floor, and then when it would sense the white line, it would try to do like a football, juke maneuver and turn around and go behind it and push it out, and yeah. So it was an interesting little thing, and I had to program a couple button sensors for touch, an infrared sensor for distance, so I could spin around like in a circle, and then like the rangefinder would find the other robot and then head towards it. So yeah, sort of like battle bots. There was no dangerous, nothing dangerous on them, and ours were autonomous. So once you hit the switch, they fought for themselves. There was no controller. It had to know its own world. So I had to program it to be able to sense the other robot and then attack. So I once I hit the on button, it was all the little robot. So no radio controls whatsoever. But yeah. It was like battle bots, but like Skynet. This is really you need to put back. Okay. No, I'm good. Hey there, Cryptor. Yeah, still on. And still watering plants. Welcome back, Tony. Yeah. Yeah. It has been a long night of, well, that one needs watered more, of watering cactus and succulents. Maybe not for too much longer, but I think this, in terms of watering, actually is the final plant for tonight, thankfully. I think I've done, I don't even know. I don't know if anybody's counted, but wait, no, I did earlier. What did I say, like? No, I said I had 12 more earlier. Or like something. I do not have only 12 cactus. Starting the cooking channel? Oh, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. I don't know what what am I trying to say? The environment's like in terms of the cooking ecosystem on YouTube. I don't know if I would fit in. I guess I could start like a Maddie Matherson type channel and just sort of cook, and then when it didn't work out I could scream and throw things. That might be an interesting one. I don't know. No, but I would love to start some cooking content. I just don't know what I would do. I feel like that's another part of YouTube that gets somewhat oversaturated just because everybody loves cooking and it's awesome, but it's like there's so many great cooks out there. I don't know if I could dare to interject myself in an area where I didn't have much to say. I feel like I'm definitely good at, I'm not bad at all, and now I've come to the point where I can almost make stuff up on the fly or memorize my recipes now where I don't have to go off of stuff. And I don't even know still, as far as I've come since I started being really an enthusiast, I just don't think I'm half as good as like a lot of these people that put out great videos. It's like, I don't know. It'd have to be some sort of experience based cooking. Like, instead of a recipe, like, you know, what crazy set of recipes could you do for like a party or something, or like a themed party or something, you know? Could you do like a, you know, I don't even know. I can't even think of anything right now, but you know, like, I don't know. I'm thinking of all dumb ideas, but yeah, I think it could be done, but I would have to do one that was very different. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I've definitely had some pretty good luck in choosing some good people to imitate and to learn from, and yeah, I've had a lot of good luck. I would love to do something. Definitely going to do some stuff. 539 bone soup. There we go. We could do some sticking with the Amish theme. What is it? A stone soup. I used to go to stone soup parties back in the day. I don't think they put the stone in the soup anymore, though. I think they just still called it stone soup. But I'm pretty sure that the old Amish dude that I used to know named Hank, pretty sure he decided to throw out that part of the tradition a long time ago. But if you ever heard of the Amish stone soup, I've been to a stone soup party. Yeah, Amish throw some cool parties. I had a friend from high school tell me that you've never been to a kegger until you've been to an Amish kegger. I've never been to an Amish kegger. Just the soup. It's pretty much vegetable beef soup. A stone soup is like the Amish equivalent of what's it called? Oh wow, why can't I think of it? It just flashed in my head for a second. Where everybody brings their own thing and then you add it together. It's the Amish version of that. Like, bring the kitchen and we all will throw something into the soup, and then I guess traditionally they threw in like a hot rock or something. I don't know what the rock was for. I really have no idea. It might have been like a certain type of rock, like a limestone or something that was actually sort of adding some flavor, acidity, or something like that. I need to do some like more Amish episodes. I have an Amish episode on 539, and it is an Amish expose on how they all have um, like car club level modifications on their buggies. It's like back in the day, we used to drive around because a lot of my friends lived in Amish area and were ex-Amish, well, their parents were ex-Amish, and we used to drive down the roads and you'd hear these like when you hear a car going down and you hear the thumping going and they're listening to loud music with bass in it, and then you get over the hill and there was no one there and there was nothing going on, there was no sound anymore, nothing but an Amish buggy going by, and then they would go over the hill and you'd hear the thud. Yeah, all of a sudden the sound would turn on again and it was like, it's like, where is Snoop Dogg coming from? Like, oh no, it's that Amish person has a system. Like, and then you'd see him go down the little more ways and they'd flip the lights on and there'd be underbody lights and like truck runner lights, and these things lit up like the 4th of July. Now it's well known, and it's they're required by law to have lights, so they just let anybody do whatever the heck they want now. But back in the day, if they saw you coming, they would flip them off immediately. But every once in a while, you'd hear it because it'd be like really loud rap music, and then you'd come over the hill and it'd be silent and just a dude on a buggy with a horse, you know, just trotting along, like nothing to see here, and then over the next hill and boom, dude, like I mean, loud. They spent thousands on those systems. I mean, they dropped money on these systems. These were better systems than they were in the cars half the time that I saw. Like, you could hear these things from miles away. Like, it was insane. And yeah. But yeah, I have some video, some respectful video. I will say I did not film the actual Amish people, but I did film from a distance the very, very bright lights that they display now. It's not a secret anymore, so it's not that itself wouldn't be considered disrespectful in any way either. But I did put a video up of it so that everybody could see that the Amish are not completely against the use of electricity. But yeah, got some Amish teenagers are bumping some rap music around here. So yeah, they're much more progressive than I think a lot of people think. I think some parts of that community is starting to open up a little bit and starting to change their thoughts a little bit. There's definitely some changing minds, especially in the younger Amish community, towards modern technology, and a lot of them. I hate to say it, but a lot of them have smartphones. You're allowed to have a phone. You can't have it inside the house. You're allowed to have electricity, but not to the home. You can have like electricity running to a certain building for a certain reason, but it has to be for like work-related things. You can have a phone that's attached to like a shed. Lots of them cheat on electricity in the house, though. It's like one of those things too. I think sometimes there's just lookouts. I really think it's like you go down an Amish road in the middle of the night. It's pitch black, but I know for a fact that some of them do cheat, and I've known some of the ones that do cheat and have electricity secretly running in their home. So I feel like they just have always somebody looking out, and they'll just kill the lights when they see car lights or something, which is outrageous, but it seems like it has to be true because I've known a lot of Amish people, and I know that not all of them are as, just like any other religion or group, some people are more strict than others, in their interpretation and their exercise of the rules and regulations and beliefs and whatever it is. So, but they're pretty good about keeping it hidden. Is some of the things. Like I said, the lights and the buggies are another one that is somewhat more accepted now because because there were so many wrecks, which is kind of a sad thing. There were so many wrecks with the cars hitting the buggies that they made it illegal for there not to be some form of lights on there, and so the community, I think, knowing that it was a smart idea, adopted it, and so now all of them just have really crazy awesome, and I mean crazy awesome. These people, they have a lot of money because a lot of the communities build houses, so they build like probably like 90% of the houses around here. I'm almost positive this is an Amish built house that I'm living in. I know that at least in this area, at least 80% of the houses. Yeah, so they do have money, and they drop it on lights on their buggies now. Like, it is insane. It is like a car show in the country. Not that those don't exist too, but it's weird, but it's cool. Oh yeah, Big Steve every once in a while comes through. Obviously, he does have a slightly, well, no, what am I talking about? Like, he has a little bit different schedule, but you're from California too, you can tell I'm getting tired. I apologize. Yeah. I said something to him the other day about that too. I was like, I think he literally lives just like not too many miles away from you, like, and works not too far from you either. I was like, how do you guys not like know each other? But he said he knew of you. But yeah, it's interesting that just randomly, for me at least, that to randomly come across two people that I've met online that live so close to each other. So that was really interesting to me when I first found out that you lived over there so close. That it was like, oh, that's crazy, because I mean, I don't have a lot of YouTube friends, but like to have two of them that literally are like within miles of each other, when most of my like YouTube friends are like spread literally across like the country, like it's insane. Like, I think currently it's South Carolina, California, Nevada, Idaho. I'm missing some. Wow. Somewhere Oklahoma-ish, Kansas, somewhere. But yeah. So, yeah, that was pretty crazy for me to. Nah, I guess YouTube's becoming more and more popular. So, I actually just ran into somebody not physically. Well, I need to choose my words more wisely. I don't mean physically like ran into them, but like I from a distance, when I was in a Kroger parking lot, not too long ago, I just witnessed a random YouTuber just walking to Kroger. I could tell because they were doing the camera thing, and they were walking in with someone else, and they were framing it up and talking into the camera as they walked into the store. And I just thought for a minute, do I go in and introduce myself because I saw them, or then I was like, yeah, screw it. So yeah, but that was the only time I'd ever ran into another YouTuber, and I had no idea who they were, so I was just like, whatever. Yeah, that's really cool. I wish I could say the same about Indiana. I know of a few different people, but either no one's really interested in working together out here, or they're so big that they're like beyond even, I wouldn't say beyond my radar, because obviously I have friends with larger channels, but like it's difficult to just contact somebody out of the blue that has like 200, 300,000, followers, and be like, oh, by the way, I'm also from this area. you get a lot less response unless we're friends. Not to judge my friends now, I don't think my friends now act like that have large amounts of followers, but like there definitely are some large channels that have I don't know. I can't even remember who all I've contacted back in the day, but I've definitely gotten the cold shoulder a few times. I've gotten the cold shoulder from some people before that were not too far away from me, and I just thought it was like a perfect, really perfect situation. And I couldn't believe it. But there's a lot of people around here that just do not. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure my microphone doesn't fall on top of plants. Anyway, there's a lot of people around here just do not have any desire to. It's like you do your thing, I'm gonna do my thing, and we're in competition. Like, don't you dare. It's like it's very competitive around here for some reason. Either that or no one knows about each other. It's like everybody's so concentrated. I feel like around here, I know of one other YouTuber that made it big, and I think just people around here, when it comes to Midwest YouTubers, we think of one thing. Not me personally. Well, for a while I did, but I think every Midwest YouTuber wants to somehow make it to California because they think that that's what success means. And so they think that the moment that they enter the Golden State, that their YouTube channels are going to be filled with tons of other people that work. And maybe it is true because maybe not because it's Hollywoodish or whatever. I mean, not that the Bay Area would be anyway, but like maybe it is that people out there, YouTube wise, are just more willing to work with each other. I don't know what it is, but around here is just no one cares about you. They're just concentrated on getting to California. The only other person that I know of that has made it around here and has way more followers than I do. Now she lives in LA. So, yeah, I wish it were more like that. I feel like there is. I think it's just smaller and harder to find. Yeah, I do like that too, though. There's something to be said about that. I like having. I really kind of like having a distributed set of friends. I like the fact that I can go across the country and it's like, oh, but I have someone here that knows me and wants to hang out, work with me, is friendly. I really do love that. It's like, and that was a really one of the greatest things about growing and becoming a bigger channel and finally getting to that point where you do make a little bit of extra money on the side and and it really is ad revenue and no, not just ad revenue, but you know what I mean. But well, that was probably one of the greatest moments, going on with a 5,000-mile long road trip. Indiana to California. Went through Colorado, and it's like, and you get all the way there, and and I found people that I knew and that I had been in contact with for a while, and then I went to California. I worked with Big Steve, and then I traveled from California. I went down to Nevada, and I worked with Xavier, and that was really a lot of fun. And then spent a few days in Vegas, and I went and headed north to Idaho, and I worked with Ryan from RJ32, and it's like you have these crazy experiences in all these different places, but yet you're going to see somebody that you already know. You may not know them personally, you may not have ever met them in person, but you have, there's these people that you're friendly with for all these years, and it feels like you know them. So it's like, you're just like you're meeting an old friend, and it's an amazing experience. It's a great thing about growing. It doesn't always stay that way in terms of who you know, how able to travel you are. Either it fluctuates. Sometimes I can afford to go vast distances, sometimes not so much, and then sometimes your connections change. Sometimes people don't do stuff anymore, sometimes people do different things, but it's a crazy journey. It really is. But yeah, I mean, I really do like it. Semi full time. I also have a past in professional photography and my IT work past, and having family members that are business owners and things allows me to do small jobs on the side. So I'm essentially a business owner, but it's nothing big, nothing to be proud of quite yet, but it's definitely building. But I came from a loss, though. I had an amazing IT job that I was making really good money at, and then the company had something happen. I don't even know what. They never told me. I just was one of among 500 people that got a call one morning that said, "We're very, very sorry, but we cannot afford to employ you anymore." And then for about a period of 2 years, I tried to get more IT work because I was qualified and made good money doing it. And the IT market around here had dropped out so significantly that the IT jobs that were available were so specialized that I wasn't qualified for them, or they were so generalized that they were oversaturated, and by the time I'd even applied, they had already hired somebody, or I was way overqualified, and they were. I like to say I got like 4 or 5 jobs. Well, no, probably not that many. There was 3 jobs that I actually got. I got the jobs. They told me, "Yeah, you're our guy," and then they contacted me later, and they're like, "But hey, you're gonna skip ship. You're gonna jump ship as soon as you get an IT job. We can't actually go with you." And so they like literally gave me the job and then reversed course and told me that they couldn't give me the job because it wasn't an IT job, and I had so much IT experience that I was just gonna go back to IT work, and so they couldn't trust me. So since then, I've been slowly building my business that I had already been kind of building. I've done professional photography and wedding photography, real estate photography for like a decade off and on. So I had just decided, screw it, I'm gonna go back to photography. I'm gonna do whatever I can there. I'm gonna do freelance IT work if I need to, and I'm gonna concentrate on building YouTube. And it worked pretty good for a while until some of the recent algorithm changes and personal changes to my content. But yeah, I mean, it's still coming. Yeah. So yeah, it's definitely possible. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. And definitely for a person your size, I mean, I'd say things are at that point where they're probably about to take off. 5,000 was about it for me. It's really one to look for. It's not the same in every channel, but 5,000 was a big one for me. Once I hit 5,000, I started being able to do some things. Some of it is also dependent upon. Sorry, I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to talk in general about YouTube. I don't mean it to sound like I'm trying to teach anybody anything, but I just from my experience and the fact that you're so close, I just thought I'd mention that. You're really coming up on an exciting time on YouTube. But at least when I was there, that's how it was for me. But yeah. So yeah, I've been kind of trying to do my own thing for the last about 6 years, and it's been working sometimes really well and sometimes not so much, but it continues to grow, and that's pretty much what you gotta do. Yeah, I definitely got lucky in terms of, I started out young on a few hobbies that worked out, and then obviously IT work is one. From anything from like computer repair, viruses, there's always going to be somebody with a problem that needs to be fixed. That's like something you can do on the side instead of somebody wanted to take it into a big box store like what I used to work at and pay outrageous fees. So it's like, I can occasionally do that, and yeah, it makes it nice. It does. But I do miss the stability sometimes. That is one thing when you're in sort of the beginning phases of the business. And since none of the businesses really touch each other in terms of anything but skill set, like it's sort of like doing three separate. But yeah, it definitely is nice to have it to fall back on. But I would definitely say that it's nice to not, though, have something to fall back on in some ways, though, because it really does motivate you. Sort of like when I first did it. So it was like going into brand new territory. It was like all I'd known was applying for jobs, and then all of a sudden it was like, well, no one's gonna hire me because either it's not available, I'm underqualified, or I'm grossly overqualified. So no one's gonna hire me. Let's just jump into the deep end and see if we can swim. So, and that really was a motivating factor to be, it was like for the first while, it's like, I tried to treat it like that. It's like a full-time job, just like put in 40 hours a week doing something, whether you're watching and learning other people that do something similar to you, whether you're leaving comments to be a part of the community and somewhat to, get your name out there, or whether you're posting on other social media or whatever. I just kind of treated it like a full-time job, and then it started to eventually take off. But yeah, obviously I'm incredibly lucky that I even had the ability to do that. Like, I should not have been able to do it. It was because of that weird situation. But yeah, that's that. I don't know. It's so late right now. I can literally feel like the weight of it on my eyes are getting heavy as we speak. It is almost 3:30 in the morning here, so actually I'm so used to staying up. I could probably do it another few hours, but the live streaming really does take it out of me. I will say, I get much more tired doing a live stream late at night than I do anything else. Yeah, I agree. YouTube's awesome. It definitely has some problems that need to be fixed internally, but I love it. I love the community of it. I love that there's, even despite what I was saying earlier, my favorite thing about YouTube is that it really is more collaborative and more associative, I guess. That people don't, excuse me, it's not so competitive, especially the people that really know what they're doing, because on YouTube, competition is not good on YouTube. It's so much better to just build each other up, and it works so much better for the algorithm, and it works so much better for your mental health and for your your channel in general. Just everything about it is so much better if you're working with other people and helping other people to grow. And that's what I like about YouTube. It's not just like regular media. It's like there really is a family group aspect to it, that especially to the when you finally find your niche, when you finally find your group, there is community to it, and I think that is the greatest part of it. And yeah, and it's such an advantage too, I think, because it's like if you can find a core group of people that you really like, and you can work with them, support them, share with them, share for them, you can just in any work with them in any way you can imagine. From doing. Some people end up doing joint podcasts or joint channels or just doing like I've done, just getting together with people and making, you do your video, I do my video, we release it on our respective channels, and we get each person's um, different take on each location, and it's really neat. And then and on top of that, you get to introduce your content to a whole new group of people, and the same to vice versa, and it's and again, I'm not trying to teach, but just rather to say, I know that anybody that's done YouTube, and you know this already, but that's just what I find to be really cool about the platform. But yeah, despite all the numerous problems and complaints that I could definitely go into. Yeah, I agree. Especially, well, no, I won't say that. I don't want to burn any. Well, I will say, especially the very pure. I won't go into what I mean, but especially the pure cemetery community. And I do not mean ghost hunters. That's not what I'm saying. I have a lot of good relationships with ghost hunters, and I have no problem with that. But I have found. Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with saying. I have found the only backlash, or not backlash, but the only unwillingness to collaborate and associate in terms of cemetery content has been in the greater urbex community as opposed to the cemetery community. I know a lot of, I hate to say they were copying me specifically, but like there are some people in the urbex community that were not doing cemetery content until years after I was doing cemetery content, and now are doing cemetery content, but will not talk to me, or, well, not necessarily, I shouldn't say they won't talk to me, but have little association. So there is some unfortunate animosity and sometimes drama in the greater urbex community, I will say. But for the most part, I've had good relationships. Most of the people that I've known have some sort of contact with me still, and we're all still friendly. Pretty much everyone you've seen on my channel, but yeah, exactly. Hey there, Kool-Aid. Welcome to the live stream. Good to have you. You got the notification. Well, good. Well, hopefully you were busy and the notification actually came when it should have, and it didn't just now come. I would be far more disappointed in YouTube than I ever would in anybody being busy. But hopefully YouTube was on its game in terms of the time that it sent you a notification. I'm hoping that's more of a sign that you were busy and had stuff to do. Or, oh no, you didn't. Oh, I didn't see the knot. I thought I read that really quick, and I thought it said now I did get a notification. Sorry. Yeah, see? This is what I'm talking about. I love the community. I love the YouTube community. But the algorithm, I have some complaints about. And the notifications. There is definitely a shadow problem on YouTube. And it happens with every channel, including people that are really famous. I've heard people, I know for a fact I've heard Dan Bell say it. I've know a few other channels that I won't say their names, but I know a few other channels that have a lot of subs that have said it, and it's that even when people click the bell and click the notifications and click all notifications, not you will not get all notifications. No matter how many times you click all notifications, you will never get all notifications, and it will always be a problem for every channel. And it's something that I've been struggling with for years, and YouTube will not admit that it's a problem. I have contacted them, and they have acted like it's my fault until I proved to them that it was true. Because people started complaining. They're like, we're not getting your notifications even though we hit notification bell and hit all notifications. So I contacted YouTube, and they're like, well, you need to understand that not everybody clicks on your notifications. And I said, I'm not making this complaint. They are. They're wanting the notifications, and they're not getting them. And I forget what else they sent me back another response that was just like, only 10% of people will click. I was like, they are complaining, not me. Like, I don't know how to express this anymore, that I'm not the one, I'm just passing the info along. I don't know. I stumbled into cemeteries when I was doing more urbex related stuff, and sort of on my end, I guess I hate to say championed it, but that's the only thing I can think of as sort of a extension of the urbex community. And that's how I got my start, which is why a lot of cemetery people don't actually like me and won't really work with me a lot. I know the greater community is not my biggest fan, which is why I sometimes have videos that seemingly should do well and don't for some reason. I really don't know, because I originally was not a cemetery channel. I found it very interesting, and I was always seeing them when I was out and about, and I thought, if you look up the definition of urban, it definitely fits cemetery. Most people think of urban as being a city-related thing, and it is more of a man-made thing, and a suburban means urban too, and so I considered it to be an extension of my urban exploration, and so I brought it to the community like that. And so I sort of ended up getting some people that really loved it, and then some people on both sides that gave me flack, because it was like, either it wasn't real urbex, or I wasn't reading enough names or whatever. So it was like, people are like, well, why don't you go down the row and read every name and every date? And I was like, well, I'm kind of an urbex/travel channel, and it was like, I kind of wanted to make this more of my own type of, and it's like, so in terms of the history of the cemetery stuff, I don't really know. I know I was one of the first moderately sized urbex channels to break into it, that I know of. Obviously, the community's so large now that I couldn't tell you 100%, but I don't know. I'm just now really starting to meet and congregate, I guess, with not congregate that, but socialize, I guess, with a lot of the greater cemetery community. And honestly, really, I mean, you were one of the first people that even. Only one other person ever contacted me, and they were not very interested after I wouldn't just give them straight up locations and not go collab with them. So I never really, after that, I never really got any takers. I don't know. I don't know if I think part of it was I just was not on anybody's radar, because I came from a different community. And so it took a while for it to kind of take off. And California was a big one. When I did the San Francisco Bay, those were my first really large cemeteries, other than There was one other in Indiana. I can't remember which one came first, but um, when I did the cemeteries in Cali, it really took off, and that was when I started getting in the really big views, like the hundreds of thousands. No, that wasn't the first time I had gotten that. I have videos that are in the millions, but like I don't, I had never done anything that popular with cemeteries until I got to Cali, and then it started taking off after that, and then I started getting some people from the greater cemetery community that started to sort of get involved, and not necessarily creators, um, but at least enthusiasts. Oh, thanks. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I kind of took a big break there for a little bit, but it was kind of more of a weather and scheduling related thing. Just terrible trying to get around and do anything around here right now when it's 70 one day and then like 15 the next. It's so crazy. Oh, I was trying to read a comment, and I knew I should have set my screensaver up before I did this stream. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely it's a all of YouTube problem. Unfortunately, it's just something that's gonna happen more and more. Um, Thankfully, it doesn't affect things too much, but it is super annoying. And the most irritating thing to me, like I said, was contacting YouTube, and then literally having them like pretend to my face. They're like, "Oh, don't worry, not everybody clicks on your notifications." It's like, here's the problem with that thought. Like, they're complaining, not me. Like, so, but yeah, yeah. Hopefully, one of these days it's gonna get fixed. I think at this point, I swear, some of YouTube, the algorithm and the code, everything has become so big that I'm not sure that any one person at Google or YouTube actually knows how any of it works. So I think that it's so disconnected, and so many of the problems need that internal departmental collaboration, that it's just become so big and unmanageable. I think I don't know. I don't know what the solution is, but it still works, and you can still get somewhere. Though it's not like I hate to be completely down on it. It's not like you can't. There's still success to be had in YouTube for sure. And some of my problems originated more from switching, from the switch over, because I was flying ahead, and I switched for personal reasons. I I was definitely gonna be. I hate to say it like that. Uh, if I would have stuck with what I was doing, I would definitely would have been larger than I was today. I'll put it that way. But yeah, I switched because I wanted to get out of what I was doing, and not that I didn't do it before. I did do cemeteries before, but I just started concentrating on them, and then so that was some of my issues. But like, there's still so much potential for growth on YouTube right now. That's good to know. I heard Crypt Tony. Sorry, I'm getting. I should probably get off here soon, but yeah, it's really odd because yeah, some people have such a easy time finding me, and then like it's like there's this whole like segment of the cemetery community that I'm just like cut off from for some reason, and I can never tell the difference because it's like I don't know. I don't know. There's something about how I did it and how I switched that made it really weird. Not that I'm complaining, but it just made it a really weird experience for growth on the other end. But I definitely think it's getting better and turning around. I've noticed, despite the fact that I still have had some of the same issues over the years, that um, it does seem like the algorithm is slightly getting better. I will say that. But shoot, when it hit first, I knew the day the algorithm hit before I even heard that it hit, because I had a video getting 10,000 hits every single day, and it went from 10,000 to 200 hits a day in 24 hours. And I said, what changed? And I read YouTube just updated the algorithm. So that was my first run-in with the algorithm. But yeah, it's good to know that actually the channel is still findable. And I never know, because, with the algorithm in place, I think it does its best to not recommend my own videos, so I never know when I'm seeing like other Urbex videos. I don't know what everybody else's does, but my account never recommends my own videos to me, so I don't know if that's the algorithm trying to not being annoying, or if so I really never know. So it's good to know when people like you say that I actually came up fairly good in the rankings. If I was the first, then that actually makes me feel a little bit better about the whole situations. Because it's easy definitely to get frustrated, that's for sure. But I say that's the only bad thing about YouTube is like I think my first thought, like a lot of people, is just like, once I hit 1,000, it's just everything's over from there. The views are gonna come flying in, and then it's like, once I hit 10,000, and all my problems are over. The views are gonna fly. Once I hit 20,000, the views are just gonna. And it never happens, but like, well, it does, but like it's a labor of love, that's for sure. But yeah. But I think it's getting a lot better now, and I think they're starting in some areas. Obviously, YouTube still has huge issues in some areas, but I think for like what I'm doing, and for the cemetery community and some of the travel community, definitely not the Urbex community, but for what I'm trying to do now, I think it's definitely getting better by the day, and starting to slowly filter people in that that I hadn't been able to contact before, that they're starting to find it. And yeah, but I do think, I know probably a lot of people won't like it, I think that Urbex is dying though, the greater form of it, like abandoned stuff and things like that. Not in graveyards though. I think abandoned stuff in cemeteries is still very popular, but for other reasons, probably behind the scenes reasons, I think some of the community is being not forced out, but I definitely think that YouTube is trying to disassociate itself with the more dangerous aspects of the Urbex community at large, in the form of possibly, and I'll say this, possibly allegedly, quote unquote, subsidizing not fake, but not what you would think of as Urbex channels. And maybe not subsidizing like, but like, I found that there's many pathways in the algorithm where it's like there's that old phrase of all roads lead to Rome, and I found that YouTube often routes traffic to the safest option in terms of blowback, and since Urbex is pretty much nothing but blowback, it routes to a few very specific channels that do adjacent sort of things. And so that was another thing when I started seeing different changes and oversaturation. I was just like, okay, I'm gonna go and we're gonna do cemeteries because this is not the same. But I don't know. And anyway, I don't know where that rant came from, but yeah, that's my non-cemetery YouTube travel urbex rant. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I would say that's almost a good sign. YouTube was always a series of dead ends. But I will say that my specific problem was the change. If you never change, it should be easier. I could definitely foresee a future where you would pass me in a few years rather than me continuing to be more subscribed to than you. I would definitely say that. It definitely hurt me a little bit. I would estimate, had I continued to do it the way I was doing it before I made the change, I would estimate I would probably have at least several 100,000, if not 1,000,000 subs by now. Like, it was, I think, mainly somewhat. I blame the algorithm a lot, but I think a lot of it also was me changing. So if there's any hope, you know. But yeah, it was a series of brick walls for me. Like I grew from like 1,000 to 5,000 like really quickly, and then I hit a brick wall, and then I grew from like, and then I like slowly went to like 7,000, 7,500, and I was like right around 8,000. I like hit another slipstream, and it took me up to like around 15,000, and then I hit another brick wall, and I sort of slowly went up to about 20,000, and I hit another small slipstream and went up to 25, and then it slowed down again, and yeah, so yeah, it can be off and on, for sure. Yeah, I wouldn't let it worry you. Well, that's awesome, Kool-Aid. That's cool that you're still here. I know that there's definitely a crowd of people that are not here anymore. But that's okay. I understand. Well, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Tony. And truly, I mean, I really do enjoy all of your content. And I think it'd be great to get together when I get out there. I think it'd be a lot of fun to do collaboration. So much respect going right back at you. And, you know, you find some incredible things, go to some incredible places, and always find something that absolutely impresses me. And either you figured out that you were able to do it, or you found something that I've never seen before. So, especially whatever that monstrosity, not monstrosity, I hate to say that because that sounds so disrespectful, but that crazy tower thing, / abandoned mausoleum, or what are they called? The temporary crypts, whatever they're called. Hey, you can tell. And I can feel a slight headache, which is worse because my headaches are like, it won't become with that, but it might. All my headaches are like the beginning of migraines, and so when I start to feel it, I can start to not think straight. And I can tell I've been concentrating for too long because I have a concentration migraine come on, and I can't think as straight as I'd like to. It's a weird thing. No. How does that? Apparently, I'm not telling time right yet. I swear that The screensaver came on a lot quicker this time. Receiving volts. Thank you, Bella. I'm sorry. If it were 6 hours earlier, or I had my normal late night energy, I don't feel like I'm this bad normally. I think it's just the last few days, maybe even the last week, I've been going to bed slightly earlier, so it's like I have less energy late, but usually I'm a late. It's like, usually I find it, it's like, I remember the last time, maybe not the last time, but one of the last times that I had a really late night stream, it was like, I remember sort of not coming to, but like, you know, it was like suddenly realizing it was like 5:30 in the morning, and it was like, wow. And then the next thing I knew was 9:30, and it was like, okay, now we're gonna go because it's the next morning. So thank you. And I don't mean to, I do want to caveat by saying, like, I don't want to sound braggadocious in any way, or I am lucky to have what I've had, and lucky to have gotten as far as I have. I'm lucky to have gotten the views that I've gotten. I'm lucky to have gotten the people I've gotten, to work with the people I've gotten, to be subscribed to by the people I've gotten. Every inch was luck, and I believe I'm a talented person. I've always been an artist, and one way or another, whether it's music or photography or whatever. But like, you know, so when I go on rants like that, I don't want it to seem like, you know, oh, YouTube owes me, or I should be more famous, or I love YouTube, and I love, you know, everyone that I've worked with and met, and whether I've met, you know, in person or just through, you know, live streams, or through, you know, talking with people like you on the back end, and working on different projects together, like the TikTok project that we did. So in no way do I want anyone here to take away that, you know, I'm complaining that I'm not more famous, or that I should have more views, or whatever. You know, I appreciate everything I've gotten, and I realize that, you know, there's a lot of people that have done YouTube for years and still haven't even crossed that 1,000 mark. They've never had a video that's, you know, had more than a couple hundred views. And, you know, the fact that I have any videos with 1,000 views is incredible. To have 1,000 people watch anything, let alone 100,000, is insane. And I have a lot of appreciation for everyone that's watched me, and the hours that they've spent watching my videos, despite sometimes having some disagreements with the way that internal YouTube works, you know. And I want that to be, that's how I compartmentalize that for me, is that, you know, I have a certain set of complaints about how YouTube works internally, but I feel amazingly gracious and lucky to have achieved what I have achieved on YouTube, and attribute much more of that to all of you guys, and all of you out there, I should say, than to myself. But again, you know, thank you all. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, everyone that's here that has supported me. And, you know, it's because of you guys that, you know, I've done anything that I've done. So, 2022, where are we going? I don't even know. Probably California. Probably either Nevada or Colorado. I think somehow Xavier moved without me knowing. So, but we had talked about getting together too sometime this year. I swear he said that Nevada, but he's always in Colorado now, so I don't know. Yeah, that's too bad. I feel like places like that get embarrassed so easily, and it's like, bro, like, it's like channels like ours could bring so much attention to the stuff like that, and it's like, you know, it's like, I feel like they should be more open, even when it's somewhat embarrassing, because it's like, I feel like, people like you and me, like, we know after a certain amount of time that it's like, it does take a certain amount of money and effort and time and people to care for these places, and I feel like the cemetery channels kind of could help, almost, it's like, if 1,000 people, if 10,000 people, whatever, see your video, and one person has the money to help, or 3 people have the money combined to help, or 100 people have the incremental money to help, then something could be done. And and there's so many of these places that, even in these huge cities, that are just falling apart. I know one that I'm trying to film out on the East Coast, that there's hundreds of acres, mausoleums that are $1 million mausoleums from like the 17 and 1800s, and it's abandoned. And I don't even know how. Some of these people have to be like the most prominent members of like the American founding, not founding fathers, but like just like some of the people that really made some of the history of early America, and like there's literally like a place that I know that has 100 acres of like abandoned mausoleums. It's like there's scattered mausoleums across the country that are like huge, that have just been left to rot. And there's like cemeteries that have been so neglected that they've disappeared. And yeah, I feel like the cemetery, not YouTube, but the cemetery community, as in the business community, has a lot to gain from working with the YouTube crowd. I think it really would. I think they'd find a lot more dollars for a lot more restoration work and care and employees and everything if they were a little bit more open to filming, and maybe even to a little bit of personal embarrassment, because it's like, if this place has been around since the 1860s, since the 1700s, since, whatever each individual place was open, it's like, obviously, it's going to take a lot of money to care for it. It's like no one's like straight up judging you, and yeah, there's going to be some, but it's like, man, these places could really benefit from allowing more YouTubers to bring light to, it's like the thought that, even if they never contact you back, just as a result of you doing that, someone could come along and say, I want to help. So I think they have a vested interest in saying yes and contacting you back. But yeah, I think there's a lot of places that just, for whatever reason, they won't. Some places I think are more open, but I don't know. I haven't had too much experience in that manner. I was kind of brought up in the YouTube environment, especially with an Urbex background of ask for forgiveness, not for permission, and so I rarely call anybody and ask, because I just assume that if I call, I'm not going to be allowed to even film at all. So it's like I almost just go to places that don't have offices on site or whatever as much as possible, just because it's like I'm assuming that if they have an office and they have employees that are there on a daily basis, and I go in and I ask, like your experience, they're either going to say no, or I'm going to email them, and they're not going to contact me back, and then I'm going to feel like I can't go there, or that I'm not welcome there. And so I haven't had as much experience with that as much as I should probably call more places and be like, hey, can I do this? There's a few places that I've been that it's like, I would love to get some keys, and maybe one day I will, but okay, I think I'm gonna have to end it here, because if I don't, I'm gonna end up it's gonna end up developing into an actual migraine, and for me that means laying silent on a bed in a dark room, doing nothing, including not moving. But if I stop now and I take Advil, it will fix the problem. Wyatt Earp, yeah, I want to go there. And I had seen a map to that grave some point. And Bill Holiday, is over in Colorado, I think it was. Anyway, I don't know. Was it Wyatt Earp that's in Colorado? Is that where? Are we talking? Hold on, I missed something here. Oh, Colma. Interesting. Yeah, that's a. Well, I don't know exactly where Colma is in relation to the bay, but maybe me and Cryptor could plan something out and go to the cemetery city. It sounds like a very appropriate collab. And anyway, yeah, I'm gonna take off. Thank you all for joining me. I appreciate you all for being here. It's been a late night stream and really good first stream back at the command center. So we'll see how tomorrow goes. I will try and do a stream from the road. This location is pretty far out, so I don't know what kind of signal I'm going to get, but I'm going to try. So, San Francisco Elite, wow. Well, that could be interesting. That sounds like something that's full of like intrigue and mysteries and history and all kinds of stuff. So, all right. Maybe we can try that out or something one of these days here. Anyway, all right. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Shauna, Brenda, Kool-Aid, Linda. I don't know who else is here. That's even still here. I said Brenda, right? I can't remember names right now. All right. Anyone that I'm missing, I apologize. Thank you so much. Have a great night to everyone. And as soon as I can actually turn my phone around and hit end, I'm going to end the stream if I don't first drop my battery in that. Are you sure you want to stop streaming? Thank you for asking.